A very good morning to all. Welcome to the AdaptNET Webcon 2021. The theme is ClimateSmart Technologies for Agriculture and Industry, Challenges and Prospects. It is a part of the AdaptNET Erasmus Plus project funded by the Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency EACEA of the European Commission. And this webcon is jointly organized by the E-Labs of Assam Agricultural University, located at the DBT-North East Centre for Agricultural Biotechnology, Jorhat. Also the University of Agricultural Sciences Dharwad and Tezpur University with the European partners of AdaptNET. We have designed the webcon keeping in mind that after launching e-courses and e-labs for dissemination of climate-smart agriculture, our next step is to drive AdaptNET to the farmer's field through sustainable projects. So it is very important to understand that there are socio-economic aspects of climate change, and we have to learn how to manage natural resources and utilize renewable sources of energy and apply artificial intelligence, Internet of Things for precision agriculture, and advanced molecular technologies for climate-smart agricultural inputs. So we hope to highlight the challenges and prospects and how partnerships with both public and private institutions could be instrumental towards climate resilience. We will begin with a very brief inaugural session followed by two technical sessions. So may I now invite Professor Bidyut Kumar Sharma, the Indian Coordinator AdaptNET, also the ICAR National Professor Norman Borlaug Chair and Director DBT-North East Centre for Agricultural Biotechnology, Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat, to kindly begin with a welcome address. Kindly do the honors, sir.
And Vice Chancellor of Dr. Bidyut Deka, my same name, and he was my roommate as well. So a long years of association. Anyway, our European coordinator, I have not seen him, of course, but you can't see everyone here. But Dr. Andreas Valodakis, European coordinator from Agricultural University of Athens, Greece, in the AdaptNET program, and all other European partners in the program, as well as those who have joined, other research scholars and students from Europe, and then all Indian partners, all statutory officers, we invited them, and all heads of the departments of Assam Agricultural University, and of course, our other Indian partners, institutions, whatever the faculties or HODs, whoever joined, and all invited speakers. We invited, 4 speakers for the 4, technical sessions. And we also invited chairmen in different technical sessions to conduct the technical sessions. And all my colleagues, then researchers, students, press and media. I welcome you all to this very timely organized, I would say, and very important web conference that, ClimateSmart Technologies for the agriculture as well as industries, and what are the challenges that are being faced, and what are the prospects, or what are the strategies that we have to do to overcome such challenges. Yes, this particular webcon, as Dr. Molaya has mentioned, our coordinator Molaya has mentioned that, this has been organized by e-laboratories that were set up in the 3 Indian partner institutions through the funding from European Commission. This is being organized by all these 3 laboratories, and it is being coordinated by the DBT-North East Centre for Agricultural Biotechnology at Assam Agricultural University. In fact, I must thank Department of Biotechnology for funding us enormously for conducting, 10 webinars last year. And out of these 10 webinars, 1 session was completely, considering the importance of the climate change, situations. we conducted one webinar, whole day webinar on climate smart technologies last year, and which was conducted by our center as well as participated by all other European partners as well as the Indian partners of AdaptNET program. So this year, this is the fourth one. Before that, we have conducted 3 different webinars, and this is the fourth one, which is on climate resilient agriculture. In fact, it is worth mentioning here that through the fundings from European Union, this particular project that is we call as AdaptNET program, which is on strengthening research and education for the development of climate smart crops in India. This we started in the year 2018, and it was supposed to be finished by this year, but because of COVID, we have requested the funding agencies to continue for another year, and we are hopeful to get this extensions. So under this program, we sent last year we sent 30 Indian scientists to Europe to get trained in the climate smart technologies. 4 European institutions took part in this training program, and 1 from India, that is EACEA, that is also an international organization, of course. They all took part in training 30 Indian scientists from 4 different Indian partner institutions. And then idea was that after that training they will come back to India. It was of course 1 month training. It is just an awareness kind of things. And then now the scientists are supposed to make some planned strategies through developing certain projects for sustaining this whole program, so that we can still grow with various programs in these different institutions, and also maybe some other institutions we can collaborate with for developing climate smart technologies for the benefit of the farming communities. So that was the idea. And we also selected 16 Indian students who will be sent to the European institutions for 3 months training program. That was also planned, and it is still under plan only, but because of COVID pandemic situations, we are unable to send them yet. And then students are still excited to avail this training. I'm hopeful that COVID will be will be ended very soon, and maybe at least they will be able to have their training. So anyway, so I take this opportunity to thank European Union also for funding such a beautiful program. And today's our speakers are 2 speakers from Agricultural University of Athens, Dr. Valoudakis and Dr. Kalivas. They will be speaking on the different technologies, and 1 from Italy, that is the Dr. Carlo Pozzi, who is also a collaborator in our program. He is from University of Milano, and Dr. S. Kumar, Surinder Kumar from EACEA. So these are the invited speakers, and we have also invited the chairman to conduct these different technical sessions. Dr. Prasanna Pathak, our director of extension education, he will be conducting 1 session. Dr. Arup Sharma from IIT Guwahati, he'll be conducting another session. Dr. Deben Borua and Dr. Katagiris, they are our partners, so they'll be conducting 2 different sessions. I'm pretty much hopeful that this particular webcon will be an excellent one, and will be very much successful in disseminating our ideas to all participants. And then participants, I request all participants to take part, very actively, interact with the all scientists, our experts, so that you can get your or you can further improve your ideas. I have seen Dr. Modi has joined. Yeah. He had some problems in the morning. Yeah. Good morning. Very good morning. Our head of the department, Dr. Modi, has joined. Anyway, so I'm not going to explain the importance of this kind of climate smart technologies. It is all well known. But yes, India through the various research that crop architecture will get changed. Even the photosynthetic ability, the respiration ability will get changed. Their water use efficiency will get changed. So obviously we have to alter the idiotypes of the crop. We have to alter the crop architectures. Whether it would be possible through only the conventional technologies, obviously not. So there has to be interventions of artificial intelligence to even know beforehand, before the stress comes in, if we can know what kind of stresses the crop is going to face this season. Internet of Things we have to definitely give emphasis on. Apart from that, knowing all these things, for a permanent change in the crop architecture, obviously we have to give emphasis on biotechnological interventions. Genomic engineering has to be emphasized. Genome assisted breeding has to be emphasized. How to manage the soil, not only with the conventional, organic technologies, perhaps, we have to think of now nanotechnologies for managing our soil health. So all these things we have to definitely emphasize. And in today's seminar, these will be dissected, thoroughly. And we expect the participants, wholehearted cooperations in this webcon. And, some outcomes have to be, brought in. Some, minutes. I request Dr. Molaya and other partners from, partner institutions to bring in some outcomes, which we are going to send to, different funding agencies as well as to, European Union, so that, we can develop certain good programs which will be funded by different funding agencies and for sustaining our climate smart programs. Apart from agriculture, other industrial sector will also get affected because of climate changes. Increase in temperature, you see only in agriculture sector, if you think increase in 1 degree centigrade temperature, 1 to 1.5 degree centigrade temperature change, it is expected that there will be changes or reduction of rice yield by 3 to 15%, reduction in wheat yield by 6%. These are all expected. So similarly, in the fishery industries, in the wineries, our European partners may be very much sad, because wineries will be badly affected because of climate change, because grape production will be reduced quite a bit because of increase in temperature. Skiing industries will be affected. Fishery industries, why I'm saying the salmon and all, trout, salmon, they love the cold temperature. So increase in temperature in the sea definitely affect these fishery industries badly. So this is the right time to make awareness. This is why we have invited the NGOs who are involved with directly involved with the farmers, our extension department who is involved, our KVKs who are involved in the farmers directly, associated with the farmers directly. We have invited them as well. We would like them to get involved in the developing of projects also. And I'm happy to announce here that one project has already been submitted by Dr. Molaya and two other partners. I have seen Dr. Andreas. Hello Andreas. Good morning. Very good morning. Our European coordinator has joined. Dr. Andreas. Very good morning. Yep. Very good morning. I'm sorry, we have already started. Yeah. And you said you'll join at 10:15. It is exactly 10:15. Thank you very much. Anyway, I am almost done here. So with this, brief welcoming address, once again, I would welcome each and everyone who have joined here physically, and I mean physically means all of course online, and maybe some could not join through the system here. They have joined, some of our students, they have joined through the YouTube channels, because our center has got an YouTube channel, and we have opened that YouTube channel also. Perhaps Dr. Molaya, you might have opened that. So
yes, sir,
yes, so YouTube live channel will be there, YouTube, on YouTube. So some of them have joined through YouTube perhaps. So with this a brief welcoming address, I stop here, and thank you very much. I would like to hand over to Molaya again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that warm welcome note. We're happy that Professor Andreas Voludakis, our European coordinator of AdaptNet, has also joined. May I now invite him for the welcome remarks on AdaptNet Webcon 2021. Sir.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
You hear me? Okay. It's quite early in the morning here, so I think it's almost afternoon in your side. I would like to thank first of all Bitwit Sarma, Professor Bitwit Sarma, for his efforts to have this event happening, and most importantly to Moloya, who is the key person that arrange all these things and bring these people together. Now, what I would like to do is briefly to mention that AdaptNet is running its last year. We have requested due to COVID an extension of 9 months, and the end date upon approval will be August 14 to 2022. The decision is in process still, as we applied very recent. We have the privilege to have completed several tasks, milestones of the program. The establishment of the e-labs in 3 of the universities, the Indian universities partner in AdaptNet, and I would assume that scientists, students, etc., are using these facilities even today, probably. Not sure. We have established new courses in the 3 Indian universities, so fulfilling the extension of the curricula in the area of AdaptNet, and finally we have completed one of the major pillars of the project, which is the 4 different workshops where we had 29 Indian colleagues joining these workshops. Now, from now on, we have a few tasks that we need to complete, and this has to be done in 1 year in few days. One of these tasks is the exhibition of the creation of what we call the video layer. This is a task that is going to be coordinated by University of Milano in collaboration with the Indian universities. We also have the 16. We also have in mobility of Indian students coming to the 4 European partners for a time period of 3 months. This is pending due to COVID-19, and hopefully by October things are going to be more flexible, more relaxed, and flights are going to be allowed for these people vaccinated, I would say, coming to EU for a 3-month period. We have to progress even more in the curricular development, and I think now with the extension that presumably we're going to obtain, we will have more time to expand on this direction. Of course, we are looking for sustainability of the project, and I think this can be a subject of a discussion of brainstorming later on. It is in the pipeline of an effort to apply again in the European Union in order to have a follow-up project on a similar, not exactly the same because this is not allowed, on a similar subject. Of course, I have to welcome the people who are coming from the Indian NGOs. That is very important for the program and for them. I would say, and this is very important for fostering collaborations locally and internationally. Finally, I would like to mention that the program is scheduled to have its final conference at Assam Agricultural University, or in conjunction with TEZU. The final plan is not set up yet, but the program is scheduled to have to come in principle to India for its final congress that will.
Somebody is speaking. Please, put off your microphone. Dr. Andreas is speaking. Yeah. I request all participants to put off their microphone so that there should not be any disturbance. Thank you, Dr. Andreas. Please continue.
I was talking about our trip to India for the final conference. That will be, I would say, a huge event. We are going to expand to non-AdaptNet participants, and this is going to be organized or start the organization in 2022. I think for those people that do not know us, one way to get to know us is through the web page, and this web page is a good means to learn what we are doing, about the tasks and the activities that the program has fulfilled and is going to fulfill, and you can stay tuned through the web page in terms of sustainable extension of such a project through another application and another possibility to obtain further funds for new activities. I think I will stop here, and I would like to wish a nice daily conference. There is a good selection of speakers organized by Dr. Sharmach and Moloya, and most of them do come European partners and not only. I would like to point out the nice idea of having a brainstorming session, and this is very important for putting together ideas in order to achieve future tasks. I will stop here, and again I will have a great thanks to the organizers, and I will be available through the day in case of a need. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for telling us where AdaptNet stands and what are the goals that we are meant to work for. So now we are really privileged to have our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat, Dr. Bidutchandan Dekka, who has graced our webcon. And may I now invite you, sir, to kindly flag off the AdaptNet Webcon 2021 with your inaugural address. Kindly do the honors, sir.
Namaskar. Good morning, everybody. In fact, I am almost late by 10 minutes because I was supposed to leave by 10:30. So I'll not take much of your time because I have another meeting scheduled at 10:30. The organizer has told me they can wait for me for 5 minutes, 10:35. So I'll have to leave you exactly by 10:35. Friends, I am very happy that today we have organized a very, very important seminar. Of course, the last 10 years we have been talking about this climate change, but then I have different connotations to deal with the climate change, particularly climate smart technology. All along we have been talking about the negative aspect of climate change. Don't we feel there are some positive things as well which India can take advantage of, and for that matter other country can take advantage of? Perhaps our orientation also need to look into that particular direction, because we have been talking about, we have been working about, okay, climate change, negative, all negative connotations. So my request would be to all of you, kindly think about the other advantage as well. Why I have said so? Because our predecessors, this kind of course, the climate change is very, very rampant in last 10-15 years. Don't you think earlier also we had this kind of changes in the environment, particularly Assam and other thing? Our flood is a very good example of, I don't say it is a pattern kind of thing, but then we in Assam and the northeastern region and many part of eastern India, we have been living with the flood, and we have a lot of alternatives. So my request would be to all of you, kindly look into what advantage you can take of looking into the change in the climate. Yes, Dr. Bidut Sharma has talked about the crop geometry has changed. Yes, it has been changed, it will be changing. Now looking into the climate change, what are the new crops we can think of? We need to look into how best we can switch over from the cropping season. If we have started sowing our rice in the month of May, June, or we need to, we normally, we don't go for any rice during winter. Of course, Boro rice is one. So maybe, who knows, maybe in coming years, Boro rice may be the only answer to feed our nations. So that way, perhaps we need to look into. Two things I would like to tell. Don't undermine the role of the IT case, because I always feel, okay, biotechnical tools are inevitable. We'll have to deal with it. But then at the same time, don't we think that our own IT case can also be utilized for mitigating various negative connotation of climate change? Typical example. In the hills, for controlling lot of pests, if people use rotten trees and rotten meat to control many pests. Same is the case within our own state. We use diaz, we use pomelos. Once it got pest, and some we control the pest population. Probably our biotechnological scientists need to look into the inherent scientific connotations available to those particular ITKs. Need to look, new genes, that is altogether a different kind of thing. But at the same time, the available technology that we have over the years, we should not ignore. I have been observing many of us, we try to ignore those IT cases. So I don't like to take much of your time because since I have already talked about, I have another meeting. So with this, I would like to give a big thank you for all of you, and probably you will give a new direction for your future research, taking the advantage of positive aspect of climate change. Okay, negative aspect you should do. I mean, we need to do, particularly for development of the variety, drought resistant variety, flood resistant variety, which Assam Agricultural University, we are already successful. Development of fortified varieties having high protein, it is already available, high iron content, high zinc content, these things are required. But at the same time, we should not forget about our own kind of technology. So we need to utilize our technology to upgrade those ITKs to take care of this changing environment in days to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Molaya,
Thank you,
please.
sir. So we have noted the points, and we will make sure that we discuss on the issues that you have highlighted. And thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us with your words. We will now begin with the technical session. Our first technical session has got 3 lectures. So the first lecture is by Dr. Shailendra Kumar, Principal Scientist from ICRISAT. He's from the Department of Agricultural Economics. And the topic is socio-economic impacts of climate change on Indian agricultural systems. I welcome our chairman for this section, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Pathak. He is the Director of Extension Education, Assam Agricultural University, who will also chair this section and also mediate the question answer round. Dr. Shailendra Kumar.
Shall I come in or I wait for Dr. Pathak?
Should I? Yeah.
Dr. Pathak is here. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Let me
hang on, Dr. Molaya, would you please, introduce our speaker as well as chairman? This is needed.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, before I take the privilege of inviting Dr. Salan Kumar to give his talk, I express my thanks to the organizer, particularly Dr. Bidut Sharma, for associating me with this particular session, particular venture. And of course, I also thank all others who have joined in today's session. So of course, the very recent, developments, the devastation that we have been experiencing or we have been witnessing across the world due to the extreme events of weather, all have said very well. That we need not probably overemphasize the need of having such kind of talk or discussion, and we need not probably overemphasize the need of or urgency of taking action from our own, in as individual or as a community, to face the challenge of climate change, to do something on our part to mitigate or to adapt to the challenges that we have been, offered by this climate change. So, but then of course, from Dr. Kumar's address, probably would like to take many lessons, or maybe this kind of talk would be of significant use to guide us as to what exactly we should do, or more importantly, as to how we should do the things to cope with this situation, particularly as agriculturist, how to adapt to the situation. Of course, mitigation is one part, but then as an agriculturist, particularly as an extension personnel, our main concern is how to help the farmers to adapt to the challenges, or adapt to the troubles or the stresses that have been caused due to the climate change. And I am sure with the address of Dr. Kumar, we'll enrich ourselves, and all our participants will be enriched to do their part, whatever little role we can take in the war against the climate change. So with these few words, I invite Dr. Salin Kumar to deliver his talk. And of course, in the due course, we will be, of course, interacting with the uh, resource person as well as among ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank
Dr.
you. Thank you, Dr. Pathak. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pathak, for
you.
nicely introducing the subject matter as well as, introducing the speaker. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Salendra Kumar
Somebody will be
is,
introducing him, I believe, somebody, because we, of course, many of us, we may be knowing, but then all participants may not know him exactly. So
Yeah, this is
somebody does it, I mean,
this is
already
fine.
Molay has
It's okay too,
introduced.
I mean.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Molay, would you like to
Yeah.
speak more about the speaker? At
No,
this
this is
stage?
fine. I can speak one line about me. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, over to
Sure, sir. I
Molay.
can surely introduce, sir. Actually, I just wanted to go straight into the talk, but yes, sure. So, Dr. Shailendra Kumar is the principal scientist from AgriSat. He works on innovation in Hyderabad and has carried out extensive research for over 2 decades in the field of economics of rain-fed farming systems, whole farming modeling to support decision making at household and regional levels. And just last year, he was also with us in our previous webinars. And as a scientist, he has contributed to promoting integrated systems approaches, farm typology building approaches, and ex ante analysis, and innovation systems approaches for co-designing resilient farming systems in dry areas. So he has extensive experience in pointing out what are the challenges and prospects that we have in terms of the socio-economic impacts of climate change. So, sir, we're really looking forward to your talk. So without much delay, we request you to please continue with your talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thanks to Dr. Pathak and Dr. Sarma and also the entire AdaptNET community. It's pleasure to be here. And how much time I have, Dr. Pathak? 30 minutes?
So you have 45 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to manage with that, maybe little less. So can I share my presentation now?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, let me just share the presentation. So can you see my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will put it on the slide mode, and the title is little bit different. So here, the idea is that you are talking about the impacts. So in this whole my talk or discussion or the conversation, I will try to focus on. I'm taking an example of one state in India, but the here overall issue is that how to really reduce or minimize the risk and how to adapt. And as mentioned in the morning, that the besides challenges there are opportunities, and in fact always whenever there are concerns and there are challenges, and at the same time we have opportunities, and we have to identify those opportunities, what can be done to really address those challenges through the new opportunities. So here I would be focusing on the state of Telangana, and my focus will be more on how we can really we'll be discussing a kind of framework which can be adapted to any place, I would say, in any region, any state, in any country, in fact, and with a little bit modifying those things as required. So a few slides I will talk about how the climate change, I need not to talk about how important it is and how it is impacting the lives of people and especially farmers. The mainstreaming climate smart agriculture or climate resilient agriculture. So how we can really help as a research and development community or research for development community to help the policymakers, the farmers, and the other actors across the value chain to better adapt to the climate change and climatic variability. So, okay. So again on this slide, I will not discuss. Somebody is talking. Maybe if they can.
Others should put off their microphone, please.
So this slide shows that all the climate models are showing at least the temperature is a real concern So overall, they are predicting around 2 degrees increase, and that 2 degree is going to impact many other things, which every day we are witnessing in terms of drought or floods or other impacting different crops. So this is already kind of a lot have been discussed about that. This I also wanted to share. Many of you might have seen that if you see the deviations of rainfall anomalies of the Indian summer monsoon. So if you look at as you move from 1870 to 2010, this data it is by Krishna Kumar. So these the events, the red color you can see, the negative deviations are really the frequency of those is increasing. So I think it is very well known. So just I wanted to share this slide. There is another slide I just wanted to share with you based on the studies in the past that which crops actually until now based on the whatever the climate models or impact assessment models, the rice, wheat, maize, and sorghum, in fact, and also the freshwater fish are supposed to be impacted much more as compared to many other crops. And you can see the blue color, which is mixed kind of a medium kind of impact, and there are some positive also, like gram, the chickpea and soybean and onion, castor, because of even under the climate change in the context of India. So this is all summary, like for example in wheat yield also it has been projected to be impacted, but again even up to by 2020 there was a significant misproduct prediction of losing yields of wheat, but when we are really going for the adaptation options, we can really minimize those losses, or sometimes we can compensate and we can have more yields, because in case of India, I just want to mention here that all these numbers, when we are saying that how climate change is going to really impact the Indian agriculture or the crop production or livestock or fish, but I really definitely feel that as on today, at the current level of yields and even at the current level of technologies available, there is a huge yield gap already existing. So if we are able to really implement appropriate adaptation options, we can really minimize and offset that climate change impact which is going to happen on crops under the current conditions. Like for example, in Europe, the yield levels are already very high. The technology adoptions are already quite very high levels. But here, the technology adoptions still hasn't happened. Even the available technologies. So I would say that it would be easier for the Indian system if we are able to really promote those technologies which are climate resilient and which enhance the climate adaptation. Then it will be easy to really adopt and minimize the impact of climate change in the short run, especially. Uh, just another slide I wanted to share with you that this is a slide. It is showing that how the variability of climate variability in agriculture. So here you see the coefficient of variation in the rainfall, and here you see the normal rainfall situation. So what it shows, uh, in the regions where the normal rainfall is low, the variability is also low. So that means those regions which are already disadvantaged in terms of low rainfall are going to face much more variability in the climate variability and going to be impacted. So that we really need to understand. But in fact, when the temperature increases, the it affects the hydrological cycle and directly increasing the evaporation and available surface water. So all these are linked to the temperature. So it's so the precipitation. I think not many. Still, the models are not really perfectly, or there is no really common opinion about the prediction of precipitation, but on temperature, yes, and which is really going to lead to many of these problems. But how we can do and what we can do to better adapt to. So now I come to the adaptation part. So here, how we can do this adaptation. So what is happening, for example, in case of India, the government of India actually in 10 years back itself already came up with the National Action Plan on Climate Change, and there are certain number of missions around those. And then the government also asked around 8 years back to all the state to prepare the state action plan for climate change. And in my understanding, these plans were really prepared hurriedly, and they looks like in most of the state look like the state of intentions, the statement of intentions, not really the action plans. So this is one problem. The next problem is the any action has to happen at the local level, at district level, or at the block level or mandal level. But those kind of plans are not available actually in, I would say, to my knowledge, in any of these states. So what can be done unless we have these action plans at the district level or the mandal level or block level? It will be very difficult to implement any state action plan for climate change or the national action plan for climate change for most of the things which directly impact the farmers. So therefore it is really important that we work from the bottom up and try to understand and develop the plans at the local level, at the block level, mandal level, district level, and so that the district level officials or the agricultural the stakeholders can really help, can be helped and informed to better adapt to climate change. So here I will share with you an example what we have done in Telangana state in India, which is a significant part of Telangana is rain-fed, almost more than 50%, and also it falls under semi-arid region. So the first step in designing the context-specific climate smart strategies is to assess the risk and vulnerability of that region. So as a framework which is internationally as per the IR5, so we have used this assessing the vulnerability, exposure, hazards, and then under vulnerability you have sensitivity, adaptive capacity, and then the under hazards you have historical hazards. We are looking actually we are using the actual climate data and the future projections. So this we have done here. So these are the variables under vulnerability, and these are the variables for the historical hazards. So you have number of right from the temperature and then the coefficient of variation of rainfall, or and we can change those variable little bit depending on the region for which we are doing the vulnerability assessment. Because for example, here we are seeing the coefficient of variation of June or July rainfall, or so maybe in certain regions the a particular other months rainfall might be more important. June may not be so important in for example in Uttar Pradesh. So in the rain comes in July and the major Kharif season starts in July. So we can leave June there. So but we can add some other month which is more important for that. So so based on the discussion with the local stakeholders, we can modify those indicators when we are assessing the vulnerability or risk of that particular region or the state. And then similarly you have the variables under the exposure, and so means how vulnerable people, how people, to what extent people are vulnerable or exposed to be impacted by the climate change. And then similarly we have the future hazards. So in terms of mostly the rainfall temperature, and also we have taken another very important variable in this case here, the change in number of times more than 3 days of temperature, say for example, has gone more than 35 degrees. Because when the temperature is more than 35 degrees for more than 3 days, it's highly likely that it is going to impact the yields of most of the crops actually. So similarly, we can add some one or two variables in all these dimension or element based on the discussion with the scientists or the other stakeholders in that region. And then based on which we came out with the maps for Telangana. I here I will not go very much into detail of these results. So this is showing the baseline mean, the total amount of rainfall. And the second one is the number of rainy days, which is again very important because number of rainy days are coming down. And you have here the average number of consecutive dry days in different mandal levels. Also, mandal in Telangana, you have around 450 mandals and 33 districts. So at mandal level gives much more clarity, and similarly you have consecutive wet days in the monsoon season. And this is giving overall the risk, climate risk, but we are still actually updating that now and we are using bit more number of variables, and which will be coming up soon. But the work with which we started, this is what I am sharing with you. So what we did after we did this vulnerability and risk assessment, and then we have a priority. Then we have a list of all the climate smart or climate resilient technologies in the state with the help of literature and stakeholder consultations. And then we have a 2 days workshop by with participation from all agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and water resources department people, and also the scientists working in the university as well as in CREDA and EACEA. And then we, using the multi-criteria analysis, we try to prioritize those available climate smart technologies or practices based on the climate smartness index, which talks about the productivity and climate risk reduction and mitigation potential and resource sustainability of particular that technology. And then also the index for the ease of adoption, which is technical feasibility and cost of technology, inclusivity. So based on these two major criteria and 5, 6 indicators, we did this prioritization, participatory prioritization with the stakeholders. And then this is how it looks like the different in terms of the climate smartness or ease of implementation index. But further also we looked at in terms of what kind of incentives are needed to promote these climate smart practices. So for example, certain practices need more financial or capital support, and some needs more machinery kind of support. Others do not. So this kind of analysis also we did in terms of what kind of needs for capacity building, market linkages, infrastructure. So this all was done in the initial stakeholders consultation for 2 days. And then when we are, what we did the next, after that, what we did, we picked up the most or high priority interventions which stakeholders came up with. Then we looked at, we wanted to do the ex ante assessment of these technologies. That suppose 6 technologies is picked up based on the stakeholders prioritization. Then what happens if we are trying to implement these technologies? To what extent, how much area it can be implemented in the state of Telangana? How much cost it will need, investment will be needed, and what returns farmers will get by implementing? Because that will help us. That will help us inform the stakeholders to take better decisions. I think that will attract also. This information can help them to take better decisions. So what we did, each of the technology actually behave differently in the different years. So like we that time we took data from for 5 years. Now we are updating up to 2018 currently, which we are doing. So because for example this is a drought year and here is a drought year. So suppose if you have a farm pond, and farm pond you are making a big investment, but farm pond will give you more returns in the drought years as compared to the normal years. So what we did, we calculated the returns on technology based on the case studies on the average of 5 years, not just for 1 year, because 1 year may be kind of misunderstanding of that technology, because impact will be here more, the returns will be high here and returns will be low here. Because in normal rainfall, you don't need the farm pond water, water is already there. So this is how we move, and that I wanted to show you, giving an example how the different technologies are giving returns in different years. So in certain years, the returns are high. For example, broadband furrow and region furrow, farm pond. In certain years, the returns are quite low because you don't need that water. Water is already there with the normal rainfall. So then we had the average of 5 years, so which become more realistic assessment of the impact of the technology when we are doing the ex ante assessment. What we did actually going forward, we also did the optimization looking at the whole state. So here, this again, we used the 5 years data of the whole Telangana and actually included all the major crops which are covering almost 90% of the cropped area of Telangana. So when we looked at the risk, this is the risk on the y-axis and x-axis is the income of the state. And the FTP, the farmers' traditional practices, what farmers are following today, and the climate smart practices is the blue line. So this is the actual data we try to plot for those 5 years. So risk is nothing but the absolute negative deviation of the income in that particular So suppose what is happening, there is a direct relationship between risk and return. So whether there is a climate change or not, whether you use the climate smart technology or the traditional practices, if you want to enhance the income, that means you are going to make more investment. Always there is associated risk is there. So under the farmers practices, even at that, even under farmer practices is blue color. So if you want to increase the income by making more investment into agriculture, your risk is also increasing a lot actually. So risk has come here. But if you are adopting the climate smart practices, even at the same level of income, your risk will be much less. So this is the first step to convince the policymaker that how the climate smart practices can be really useful to minimize the risk to attain the same level of income. So this was the optimization input model we use for this by using the actual data. The same analysis here also you can see. I think I would encourage the students and also the young researchers to take up this kind of work and do in their region. So here what we have done is more specifically we have so optimum level of income and associated risk along with the probability of risk in Telangana. So here we have clearly, like if you see here, the FTP is the farmers practices actual, and here is the optimum. So optimum means so under the current practices, whatever crops they are growing, but if we are optimizing their crop means the best combinations of crop, but without climate smart technology. So here the returns is increasing if farmer optimize the crop production, but the risk is also increasing. So here is the risk in terms of the absolute values, and here is the probability is increasing. But when you here, if you come, so this one is net returns risk. Uh, so this is CSA optimum. So climate smart, you are using the climate smart technologies and optimizing the overall combinations or the basket of the crops you are growing. So your probability of risk goes down to 15% from 40%, and also your income increases. And similarly, if you optimize with the FTP, so we also run a scenario if what happens now currently in Telangana, they are facing two droughts in 5 years. So what happen in future if you face three droughts in 5 years? So if the under the extreme weather scenario, which is kind of an assumption, what will happen? So under the farmer's practice, you are the risk is risk probability of losing income is going to be 55%, and this is the amount of income farmers can lose. But even in the extreme scenario, if you use this technology, your the probability of risk will be much less and the returns will be much higher. Higher, maybe it is still less than here, but you are operating in now the extreme scenario, so which will give you more as compared to the normal farmer practices. But now I go to the actual much more simpler analysis. So what we did, based on this thing and based on these numbers which came from the case studies, literature, and the stakeholders, FGDs, all this. So then what we came out for each of these six technologies, what we did based on the technical feasibility first, and then the economic feasibility. So technical feasibility means, for example, broadband and furrow. So broadband furrow is suitable only for heavy soils. So heavy soils, black heavy soils, which really need, which has a good impact if you are using the broadband and furrow. So in northern Telangana, in Adilabad, Nizamabad, and Karimnagar, especially in the where the farmers are growing cotton and soybean. So under these two crops, this technology is feasible. It's not like in the red soil or very dry areas that technology is not needed. So that's the first criteria. And then we look at if you implement that, how much investment is needed, not only on the farmers level, but hiring also the machines and how much government will have to invest. And there's some part also we included on the capacity building of farmers to really enhance the adaptation of those technologies. So these are the, so what it is showing now. So if you implement that on that basis, the mandal wise total additional net returns from the potential adoption of these different climate smart practices. So in this case, broadband furrow, you see in northern Telangana only this blue color and the dark green color is showing you some good numbers. So other areas, this particular practice of climate smart practice is not so useful. So when government want to make investment, I think they should really, the district level should focus on prioritizing the implementation of this particular practice in those mandals and those districts. And similarly, if you come on the region furrow, which is a much more can be used widespread, mostly it is also more used in the light soils, but in all kind of crops and maybe low to medium rainfall also it is possible. So here you see that the region furrow, the blue color is giving the highest returns. So in fund bundle wise, so say blue is the 7 to 14.5 million rupees per annum, and others like for example yellow color is not really so useful because this the northern part of Telangana and southern part of Telangana is more rain-fed regions and more depending on the rainfall. So here also the area which is not really part of the soybean and cotton, the other crops, the region furrow will be useful. Similarly, for residue incorporation, especially we focused on cotton. So only few mandals, maybe around 30 to 40 mandals out of 450 mandals are more suitable to promote the residue incorporation at the current level of technology and the economic viability of that. And similarly, when you come to the drip irrigation system, our analysis suggests that the blue color mandals, which is for drip system, drip is possible only where you have the irrigation already available, first of all. And then depending on the crop where you are using, the economic viability will means kind of define which area becomes more suitable to implement or to promote that particular technology. So this is another at mandal level, and similarly on farm ponds. But in farm pond, what we did again, first of all, farm pond will be going to the areas which are rain-fed in nature, but also the farmers who are having less than 2 hectares of land, only few, a small percentage of those will likely to be means are likely to adopt that technologies because it needs more investment. And but those who are having more than 2 hectares, they are likely to adopt more. So that kind of criteria also we included when we are doing this feasibility and the assessing the numbers. So then these all regions with the blue colors are rain fed, but also in farm pond. In farm pond, if you are suppose using the farm pond water in the existing crop which you are growing currently, in most cases it is not going to be profitable actually. So unless you change the crop to more valuable crop, maybe some vegetable crops or maybe some horticulture crops along with the farm pond, then only you will be able to really recover investment. It will become more profitable. So that also we have done in the next slide. Similarly, on mechanical rice planting, so this analysis also shows that where you need to make investment, and if you want to start promoting mechanical rice transplanting, where to start and where it can really have more likely adoption in those regions. So similarly, I was talking you about the farm pond. So here the farm pond it shows so what I said that especially the annual additional net returns from farm pond with alternative cropping systems in southern 6 districts. So especially these southern districts, if you really use the farm pond water with the existing cropping system, it is not viable. So if you use this water with the alternative cropping systems, like for example in Mehboob Nagar, Nagar Karnool, Gadwal, and these six, the groundnut, cotton, mango, sapota, and tomato. If this water you are using in this kind of crops, this is going to become economically viable. Otherwise, it is not going to be economically viable. So, based on this analysis, we came up with the internal rate of returns with the alternative cropping systems for the farm pond. But and based on which we have also identified the how many potential number of farm pond can come up in state of Telangana. So, as per the official policy of Telangana also proposing to have similar number of ponds in the state, but this analysis can inform the government where to really invest in which mandal and which district you should be investing more into farm pond, and you better target and prioritize investment even if you have these similar targets. And then what we thought that okay at mandal level is fine, but farmer to really to motivate farmers. So we need to do the same analysis at the per hectare net returns. So per hectare net returns depends on the what kind of crops are grown. So using those data, so we identified that if you are using these technologies, how in different mandals farmers are going to get additional net returns per hectare. So once you tell farmer that at least more than 5,000 rupees you are going to get if you adopt this technology, farmer is likely to adopt the technology. If it is say 1,000, 2,000, maybe a farmer may not be interested. So we did this kind of analysis also for all these six technologies. So it gives another handy tool or the a decision making tool for the extension and the farmers level. Then we further went down at the district level, which now we are making a district level action plans for each district. So say for example, a district level analysis. So say we have taken here Jagatiyal district and its mandal. So each district have different mandals. So in each district, in you have the number of mandals for each mandal. You have this broadband furrow. So it is showing you total net returns. But then what we are doing with this is the first step, which I have actually at district level we have shown. But then we have also looked at the per hectare mandal wise in each district. But then just a minute, we have actually gone for all crops, but then we have also gone actually crop wise. So in each mandal, if you I think it's coming in later. So I will show you that. So mandal wise, so this kind of plan can go to the district level extension or agriculture department, which can really use this information to promote different technologies which can be useful for enhancing the resilience of farmers. So here we have given more information for the stakeholders, especially the government, that how if you promoting these different technologies, how much investment is needed at the state level, and how much additional returns you can expect, and what is the cost benefit ratio and payback period and net present value. But also we looked at the fund allocation. What is happening? The government is already currently allocating a lot of fund, which is related to these kind of interventions, but maybe it is just based on their own assessment. They are just maybe some other criteria they are using. But I think similar money or similar budget, if can be retargeted, can really enhance the resilience much maybe more effectively and contribute to the adaptation in climate change. So this is we have done the potential area of different climate smart agricultural practices district wise in Telangana, those six, and then potential additional annual net returns district wise and technology wise in each district. And then this is the initial investment needed for different technologies each district wise. And then I was saying that at district level, for example, we are also doing analysis at district level, like for example, Adilabad. So these particular technologies in which crops? So where is the potential to be useful? So because a district or mandal level officer, where it should talk to means which kind of farmers, whether the cotton farmers or tomato farmers or turmeric. So where the potential of these technology under different crops, under different mandals, and then returns I have already talked about. And here is another district, and here is another district, and here is another district. So we are looking also at the where these technologies can be targeted in terms of district or mandals and the crops. And you have potential additional net returns. Same thing when the crop wise analysis we are doing for the selected, and you have total investment needed for different technologies in different bundles. So it is kind of different for different districts. So if you see the farm pond, it is much more here as compared to Jagatiyal and other districts. Uh, so it's the end. I would be kind of concluding with this slide. So in this whole process, I just wanted to wrap up the kind of framework which we have used and which could be very useful actually in any state or in any place where to do. So initially we did the agricultural assessment, which you have seen actually through my slides. And then we did the mandal level climate risk mapping. And then we did the inventory of climate smart agricultural practices. And then we did the participatory prioritizations. And then we did the location specific CSA practices prioritized based on that prioritizations. Then also we identified the incentives and barriers in implementing those practices. And then we did the ex ante impact assessment at district level and mandal level, that how much investment it is and how much returns we are expecting at mandal level from different technologies or climate smart practices. And then it identifies the investment in infrastructure gaps for promoting those technologies. In fact, we have at least 2 or 3 policy stakeholder consultations. First with the NABARD, so we shared this with the NABARD. So NABARD is a financing institutions which I was very proactively wanted to use this. So we have shared with them the information, but now we are making the district level plans to use in their lending decisions. And also we had a meeting with the chief secretary of the state along with the principal secretaries and to presented this analysis. So now they are waiting from us actually the final district level plans to be integrating into there. So now the strategy for CSA integration into district level plan. So the idea is that it all becomes as a part of the regular development plan. It doesn't stand somewhere separately because which might never be implemented unless it remains standing alone. So it should be part of the regular development process of the state. So so we are also now, based on this analysis, contributing and working with the EPTRI, which is a nodal agency of climate change for Telangana, to revise the state action plan for climate change. And then all these goes to the KVKs, NGOs, and farmers producers organizations to promote. So this is how the whole framework work. But after 2 years or 3 years, then there would be a kind of process where you can get the feedback and you make some changes based on the prices, based on the relative importance of different crops. So that can again little bit with little additions, this whole mapping can change, and you can really again guide. So this is how this whole framework looks like. And so this evidence-based framework and the mandal level assessment prioritization has a scientific base for guiding the future investment and for building the resilience of agriculture in like Telangana, but in any state actually. And the 2 slides which I showed you, the optimization thing. So on that also we are working much in more detail, which can also inform the policymakers or the people who are making investment decisions for promoting the climate smart agriculture. So this is all I wanted to share with you. I'm not sure how much time I have taken. Maybe you
Exactly. I
have.
mean, thank you very much. I mean, in time, yeah. Uh, you have very well, I mean, like explained and given the insight on the subject. I mean, like you with the lot of examples from your case studies, particularly, of course, from Telangana. You have encouraged us, you have motivated us, and you have given us the insight as to what we can do at different, I mean, like states or maybe in different regions. And you have also shown what the different what is called the policymakers, scientists, then extension people. I mean, different pairs can do to adapt to the situation or to combat the situation. So very well, I mean, like explained. But then, of course, one more thing, of course, because a lot of young scientists may have been there in the in the among the participants, and from my experience, I have seen that even though we have desire to do things the way you have done, but because we don't have probably enough understanding of the methodology or enough understanding of the process that we should adopt to take such kind of studies. A lot of young scientists and even I mean like old scientists, whoever, they find it difficult to probably carry out the works they need to do. So even though if it is not here, maybe it is not in the scope of your talk, but in future probably our scientists can have a discussion with you personally, and maybe in future Dr. Sharma or anybody else also can probably organize some kind of session with you to talk about the methodology, talk about the approaches that we need to adopt to do this kind of studies at our local, I mean, like in different regions. So with this, of course, thank you very much for really illuminating us with a lot of things, and then of course encouraging us and motivating us to do similar kind of studies. And as we know, I mean, like even though this is an issue of importance, but very less systematic studies have been done probably, because in my own state we have been implementing NICRA project under NICRA, but then the way we are doing, I am not at all satisfied the way we have been doing, because we have not probably been able to analyze the risks the way you have shown us, they analyze the vulnerability and analyze the technological intervention that we need to probably consider while considering all those risks, vulnerability, and all those issues. So thank you very much for giving us
Dr.
the.
Pathak, I just want to at least respond to what you are saying. First of all, thank you very much for your kind words, and we are really very happy to support and to collaborate to work with the Assam Agricultural Universities and for Assam. It's not like means we would like that the local capacity is built and people from the university lead that kind of work. But maybe it's possible to arrange this session. But I would see that the best way is to really find an opportunity to work at least 1 year or 2 years together, which will really help in building the capacity. Maybe 1 hour, 2 hour may not really help.
Not enough, probably, yes.
Not enough, because also I want to tell you that when NICRA was started, I was the first national coordinator of NICRA. I designed NICRA program actually, and with Assam and whole of Northeast and whole of India I was working. But I was in Krida at that time, so in 2009 to 11, and so we designed. But I came to Guwahati and all those workshops we had, and initially I was there for 1 year leading the NICRA. But I think a lot more was to be done for NICRA, but I cannot comment on that. But even in the first year itself, when I was undertaking this NICRA leading, I made sure that each of these people in these districts collected at least 100 to 200 farmers data detailed to understand the climatic vulnerability of farmers level.
Yeah.
And I guess it has not been analyzed for last 10 years.
Yeah,
in those
I also do like that, think like that. Yeah. So it is the reason why.
Can I interfere here?
Okay,
please.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar, for being with us once again. Because I think about 3-4 months back, you talked to our scientists as well as students. Purpose of bringing in this particular webcon our director of extension is that so that we can think of in an actual work plan to be performed at the northeastern region. And for the information to the director of extension here, that EACEA has already a program funded by the CGIAR to make smart villages in the northeastern region, as far as I know. In other parts of the country, but not in the northeastern region. So this is what I suggested last time also, that we can, if we can plan, okay, through that particular program, or maybe through other funding agencies. But involvement of EACEA, that model or implementation of that model in the northeastern region is also very, very important. So my idea is to bring all these people to the same platform through this webcon, so that you can really work out how we can benefit our farming communities. Thank you very much.
Very happy, Dr. Sharma, to work on that. But just to inform you that the CGI program, which was working on climate smart village, is ending in 2021.
Okay.
So we will see what happens, but we can work together. I think there are a lot of other opportunities to
other agencies are there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
If we have intention and I think attitude, we definitely will find ways to work together.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. So now the talk is open for discussion. If any of the participants have any question, then of course they can raise the questions one by one.
Morning, sir. This is Dr. Kategiri from UAS Dharwad. I have one small question to Dr. Kumar. May I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah. Dr. Kumar, and this is a wonderful talk, first of all. This kind of feedback is very essential for researchers as well as funding agencies, because many a time what you said is that without knowing a kind of risk involvement in funding as well as in conducting research is really a very dangerous for our country, and this is a wonderful analysis, and this should go in most of the universities everywhere. This kind of analysis is very much required. Thank you very much for that. And my only one question is, see, like, have you noticed any major cropping changes systems during the study? This is number one question. And second, as I really agreed with the Honorable Vice Chancellor's advice that understanding and using ITKs is very important. So have you taken into consideration any ITKs in your studies?
Yeah, okay. So there are two questions. So one question with regard to Telangana, actually, what is happening, unfortunately, because what is happening in last 4 or 5 years, the government has made huge investment on irrigation infrastructure, and which is a good thing actually, which is a very good thing, I would say. But what is happening, because of more irrigation, the area under rice has been increasing, and which is not a good thing to happen for Telangana, first of all. So I think even we have included that kind of thing also in our analysis, that how the area under irrigation increase. And when we have these kind of analysis, I think that can better inform the policymakers that this change in particular crop, how it is going to impact in terms of risk. But also, I think some additional analysis should be done for that, and can be done for that, especially on its impact on the water resources in terms of the groundwater, and the and the and the kind of profitability of the overall farm system. This one point I would say. But on the indigenous thing, I would say the folk was a bit different. But what we did for this, by bringing all these stakeholders. Actually, we had first the focus group discussions with the farmers in different regions. But then we brought these development actors or development department people, and then we made a list of some, say, 30 or 40 technologies or practices which can be called as resilient practices. So under that, many things were there, but finally, the people, as through participatory process, prioritize those which has larger kind of wider scale scope of adoption for this analysis. But when we are looking and working for a state action plan, or for the district level action plans, so when we are doing the ex ante analysis for, say, suppose 10 most prioritized technology, but then there we can add those which could be applicable for smaller areas. But to per se, this study not really very specifically focused on traditional practices. But like rainwater harvesting is not a practice. Scientists claim their own practice, but it started with the farmers itself. Actually, farm pond is something which is a traditional practice, but only how you make the farm pond, the science has come in. But I appreciate your the point which I highlighted. In fact, Dr. Sharma, I don't know. I will also try to find if this kind of work we can do at national level, involving all the major universities in all the major states, can be actually thought of.
Yeah, definitely. We can think of a big network program, and then you can also guide our scientist, and our director of extension is there, and then we can find out, or we can approach even Department of Biotechnology, because they have a very good social program. Okay. A program on social aspects, so we can definitely approach them. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar.
Any more? We cannot probably have too many questions, because already we are, in time. So we are supposed to complete this session by 11:35 or 40. So we have about 5 minutes only. If we really, of course, the coordinator can say better, tell better, because
no, that's fine. Actually, we have to finish by 35. Yes, 11:30. So
Yes.
5 more minutes we can discuss. If we have questions.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
there is a question from Karanjit Tripura.
Okay, please carry on.
Karanjit, could you please ask your question? Unmute your mic and kindly ask your question.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. What I suggest, the questions can be put on writing, and then Malaya can just read out those questions. Otherwise, it will take much time. Yeah.
But
it'll be better.
Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir,
Please.
what I was asking is, most of the farmer in the rural area, they have a small land. So, how are this small landholder farmer they are accepting this type of technology?
Yeah. So I think this is. I think in India, overall India, the farmers almost 86 or 87% farmers are smallholders, less than 2 hectares. That's a fact. So whatever technologies we are prioritizing, first of all, has to suit to the farmer. So I think the model is, for example, if you are doing in this case, for example, Telangana, when you are talking about the broad bedded furrow, so individual farmers cannot maintain that bund maker in any case. So we are proposing like in one mandal, if you have, say, for example, 20 bund makers or 30, which could be a customizing center or some mechanism. Yeah, so we have to really think based on your location context specific requirements, and then we make a list of technologies, but also at the same time, what institutional mechanism we can create, maybe the farmers, producers, organizations, or some entrepreneurs who can do the custom hiring. Machines are the main issue when you are implementing technologies. And currently, I think there are many options with Government of India and overall promoting these farmers groups. So I think we have to be always context specific when we are planning these kind of things. So these most of these technologies can be implemented at a small scale, but only thing is that how farmers can access. So individually, the farmers will not buy each machine or anything which is required. Maybe in a group or maybe some entrepreneur or maybe some startup. So we have to think about those things when we are proposing those plans. So that also we need to discuss along with that.
So maybe you just one more question, probably last question, probably we can take the just one question if somebody has.
Okay, there's a question by Manoj Hazarika. He says, will the topographical altitude difference play some role in your approach?
No, no, no. It has nothing to do because no. We suppose, for example, for Assam, for example, or in part of Assam, we are doing this kind of analysis. So the vulnerability analysis we do first of all, say at mandal level and district level, and then we are making an inventory of all the practices, whether it is coming from university or from the farmers or from anybody else. So, which is suitable for that region, we list those technologies, say 100 technologies or 50, and then we prioritize those in different regions or districts. So, we will use only those practices which are suitable for that particular region. So then, and then you can see the applicability of that technology might be, say, out of, say, whatever district you have or mandal you have in Assam, only 30% mandals are applicable for that particular technology, or 20% or 10%. So this will help us to really guide where to focus on which technology, where to make more investment, where it is lacking. That's the thing, actually.
So thank you very much, Dr. Saran Kumar. Maybe we don't probably take any question further because time, of course,
Yes.
a factor.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir.
Natural that the way you have presented and the topic itself has raised probably the people's interest, and it has ignited our minds also. So it is natural that not many questions, of course, would be there, and not many participants may be ready with questions. But because time is a constraint here, because the session will have to be completed within the day itself. So we conclude here that is the reason why we could not allow many participants, even though they may have wanted. So we could not allow them to raise questions further. So with this, once again, I thank Dr. Saran Kumar for a beautiful presentation. Thank you very much, and surely we'll be looking forward to taking your guidance for work here in this part of the country, because
Thank you.
state Assam, of course, the entire northeast state is very much vulnerable to the climate change issues.
Yeah, we can focus on whole Northeast insects, and happy to work with you people.
do enough. So this kind of probably interactions would help us to establish contact with people like you and to take guidance. So thank you and thank the organizer, particularly Dr. Sharma and Molaya for beautifully arranging the this particular session and
thank you.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
sir.
much, Dr. Pathak.
Thank you.
I really thank the chairperson, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Pathak, sir, for the chairing this section and also beautifully discussing, interacting how the challenges are in the Northeast vis-a-vis what Shailendra Kumar sir has presented. And thank you, Dr. Shailendra Kumar, for this insightful presentation. I'm sure from the questions, the students have really, you have triggered the interest of the students. And I'm sure we can always connect to you with more questions after this. So thank you, sir. I thank both the speaker and the chairperson. So we will move on to the next lecture of today. So the chairperson for this section is Dr. Devendra Chandra Barua. He is the PI of AdaptNET from Tezpur University. He is also the professor in the Department of Energy and the Director of Internal Quality Assessment Cell and Coordinator of Center for University Industry Interface. Dr. Barua's areas of specialization are renewable energy, energy planning, thermal energy management, rural energy access, and agricultural mechanization. He has obtained his PhD degree from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana, and Professor Barua has also served as a visiting professor in the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, UNISA, during August and October 2017. He has worked in the laboratory of Department of Mechanical, Material and Manufacturing Engineering, University of Nottingham, UK, as Indian Distinguished Visiting Fellow during May-July 2010, and handling 15 external funded research projects and guiding 17 PhD students. Professor Barua has also published over 100 publications and developed few technologies. So Professor Barua has established international research collaborations with eminent institutes, and today we are really happy to have him here as the chairperson of this section of the lecture. The speaker of this lecture is Dr. Dimitris Volodakis. Dr. Dimitris will be talking on natural resource management and green energy towards mitigation of climate change impacts on agriculture. He holds a PhD from Agricultural University of Athens, and his specialization is agroclimatology, climate change impacts in agriculture, mitigation and adaptation, plant physiology and crop modeling. His research is mostly funded by the European Union and the Greek Ministry of Education and Research. He's received a mention of honor from the European Weed Research Society for his academic and managerial skills. And he has also worked on National Climate Change Impact Study Committee and for the European Parliament. So now he's working as the project manager of the Climate Service Unit in Environmentrix Limited, and he's also a scientific associate in the Academy of Athens. So I welcome both the chairperson, Dr. Devendra Barua sir, and the speaker, Dr. Dimitris Volodakis.
Thank you, the organizer. May I request to share off the earlier presentation, and very nice inaugural session, opening up the theme very nicely, very beautifully pointed out during a very brief session the intention that this particular forum is aiming, as well as what is actually required, where we have the issues and where we have the prospect too. The requirement of IoT, that is very beautifully said by the organizer, as well as our chief guest says that ITK, how to climb them. And then a beautiful presentation by Dr. Kumar, citing the example of this EACEA Telangana state, having a scope to extend it to the entire country. And now an European presentation by an European colleague here, Dr. Volodakis, and I am really very happy given me an opportunity to share this session. I will not at this stage take much time. I directly request my colleague Dimitris Volodakis to present his give his presentation, and then I also request the organizer to note the different queries that will be coming in either YouTube channel as well as here in the chat box, so that it could be compiled and then put for this discussion at the end of this presentation. Thank you very much. I now request the speaker to start this presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Kumar should, log off. Yeah. Okay, good.
Good morning from Greece. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good morning. Very
Yes,
good morning,
very clear.
please.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for the very good words from your side. It's always a pleasure to collaborate with our partners from India in the framework of this Erasmus Plus program. We all hope here in Greece that we will have the chance to visit your very beautiful country in the next period. Let's hope that the COVID restrictions will provide us this opportunity. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes,
so thank you very much. So we can start. So my name is Dimitris Voludakis. I am an agronomist. I'm going to speak about natural resource management and green energy towards mitigation of climate change impacts on agriculture. It is very important to describe the general framework of our activities right now. The action to reduce the impact of climate change globally is very critical. The Paris Agreement sets a goal to limit the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and to attempt to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Implicit in these goals is the need for a transition to a low-carbon energy sector, which accounts for 2/3 of global emissions. Now, renewable energy coupled with energy efficiency gains can provide 90% of the CO2 emissions reductions needed by 2050. Renewable energy is therefore a key component of national determined contributions, the central implementation tool for countries under the Paris Agreement. At present, the level of detail contained in the nationally determined contributions differs from country to country, with little in-depth analysis and limited quantitative information about the role of renewable energy in meeting greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. This is the distribution of the global greenhouse gas emission by gas. As we can see, carbon dioxide, this is the dominant gas. Its fossil fuel use is the primary source of carbon dioxide, which can also be emitted from direct human-induced impacts on forestry and other land use, such as through deforestation, land clearing for agriculture, and degradation of soils. Likewise, land can also remove CO2 from the atmosphere through reforestation, improvement of soils, and other activities. Also, we have methane, agricultural activities, waste management, energy use, and biomass burning. All these contribute to methane emissions. Also, we have nitrous oxide. Agricultural activities such as fertilizer use are the primary source of nitrous oxide emissions. Fossil fuel combustion also generates nitrous oxide. Finally, we have fluorinated gases, F gases. Industrial processes, refrigeration, and the use of a variety of consumer products contribute to emissions of F gases. Now, in general, global carbon emissions from fossil fuels have significantly increased since 1900. Since 1970, CO2 emissions have increased by about 90%, with emissions from fossil fuel combustion and industrial processes contributing about 78% of the total greenhouse gas emissions increase from 1970 to 2011. Agriculture, deforestation, and other land use changes have been the second largest contributors. In this picture, we can see some evidence of the countries' emissions. Right now, China emissions are the biggest in the world, following by the United States, and at this time, India and the EU provide the same level of emissions, greenhouse gases emissions. In this picture, we can see CO2 emissions per capita. Even though that the Western world, let's say, at this time is decreasing the emission, it still have a significant, let's say, percentage of emissions compared to the developing countries. In our days, Greece produces the same level of CO2 emissions per capita as in China, and India levels are much lower. In 2019, greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural economic sector accounted for 10% of total US greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture have increased by 12% since 1990. Drivers for this increase include a 9% increase in nitrous oxide from management of soils, along with a 60% growth in combined methane and nitrous oxide emissions from livestock manure management systems, reflecting the increased use of emission-intensive liquid systems over this time period. Emissions from other agricultural sources have generally remained flat or changed by a relatively small amount since 1990. But if this is the picture of what happens in the United States, and in general it's the same in the European Union, it's quite different compared with what happens in the world. Here we see that electricity and heat production is the sector with the higher percentage of greenhouse gas emissions. 25% of 2010 global greenhouse gas emissions is represented in this image. The burning of coal, natural gas, and oil for electricity and heat is the largest single source of global greenhouse gas emissions. Also, industry is very important player. Greenhouse gas emissions from industry primarily involve fossil fuels burned on site at facilities for energy. This sector also includes emissions from chemical, metallurgical, and mineral transformation processes not associated with energy consumption, and emissions from waste management activities. Finally, not finally, but also we have agriculture, forestry, and other land use, representing 24% of 2010 global greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gas emissions from this sector come mostly from agriculture, cultivation of crops and livestock, and deforestation. This estimate does not include the CO2 that ecosystems remove from the atmosphere by sequestering carbon in biomass, dead organic matter, and soils, which offset approximately 20% of emissions from this sector. Also, we have many other important sectors like transportation, representing 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, buildings, 6% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and other energy. This source of greenhouse gas emissions refers to all emissions from the energy sector which are not directly associated with electricity or heat production, such as fuel extraction, refining, processing, and transportation. We can separate the energy inputs into two categories. Direct inputs. This includes all the energy carriers used directly in the agricultural production process, including electricity, refined petroleum products, such as diesel, natural gas, and others, natural gas-based fuels, as well as wood chips. And we have the indirect inputs. This includes energy carriers used for manufacturing of production means, including fertilizers, pesticides, farm machinery, and farm buildings, as well as seeding material and feed. Now, since we have the privilege to speak with our partners from India, India's greenhouse gas emissions in 2015 stood at 3,500 tons of CO2 equivalent, according to Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Emissions increased over threefold since 1970. India's per capita emissions stood at 2.7 tons of CO2 in 2015, around a seventh of the US figure and less than half the world average. India ratified the Paris Agreement on October 2016, almost exactly a year after it submitted its climate pledge or nationally determined contribution for the Paris climate talks. The pledge is for a 33 to 35% reduction in emissions associated with each unit of economic output by 2030 compared to 2005 levels. Carbon brief analysis at the time found India's emissions could increase 90% between 2014 and 2030, even if the pledge is met. But where in agriculture, from which sources we have greenhouse gas emissions? Various types of greenhouse gas emissions are released during agricultural production. Of the 6 official gases, greenhouse gases, that are accounted for under the International Climate Change Treaty, only methane and nitrous oxide are accounted for as agriculture emissions. These gases are emitted during activities such as livestock production, which releases a large amount of methane from manure storage, and spreading of manure or chemical fertilizers on fields to nourish the crops, which releases nitrous oxide emissions. Additionally, emissions from managing agricultural soils, land use change, and forestry activities are accounted for separately under the land use change and forestry, the LULUCF sector, as we know him. Agriculture is a source of carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and methane emissions resulting from management activities that we describe, such as ploughing of soil and draining of wetlands to use for agriculture, which releases large amounts of CO2 since the organic soils rapidly decompose with lower water tables. Forestry also results in emission when wood products are harvested, resulting in CO2 releases. Agriculture and forestry are unique sectors. However, because they act not only as sources of emissions, but also as sinks with the ability to remove atmospheric carbon by soaking it up and storing it above or below ground in the plants and soil. This natural process allows these land-based sectors to mitigate global emissions to a certain extent, though processes such as deforestation of tropical rainforests and large-scale grassland conversion reduce their potential. When it comes to tackling climate change, the focus tends to be on clean energy solutions, the deployment of renewable, or in some cases nuclear energy, improvements in energy efficiency, or transition to low carbon transport. Indeed, energy, whether in the form of electricity, heat, transport, or industrial processes, account for the majority of the greenhouse gas emissions. But the global food systems, which encompasses production and post-farm process, such as processing and distribution, is also a key contributor to emissions. Have viable technological solutions. The visualization shown here, based on data from the meta-analysis by Joseph Poor and Thomas Nemeczek, published in Science, summarizes food's share of total emissions and breaks it down by source. Food is responsible for approximately 26% of global greenhouse gas emissions. There are 4 key elements to consider when trying to quantify food greenhouse gas emissions. These are shown by category in the visualization. Livestock and fisheries account for 31% of food emissions. Livestock, animals raised for meat, dairy, eggs, and seafood productions, contribute to emissions in several ways. Ruminant livestock, mainly cattle, for example, produce methane through their digestive processes in a process known as ederic fermentation. Manure management, pasture management, and fuel consumption from fishing vessels also fall into this category. This 31% of emissions relates to on-farm production emissions only. It does not include land use change or supply chain emissions from the production of crops for animal feed. These figures are included separately in the other categories. Crop production accounts for 27% of food emissions. 21% of food emissions comes from the crop production for direct human consumption, and 6% comes from the production of animal feed. They are the direct emissions which result from agricultural production. This includes elements such as the release of nitrous oxide from the applications of fertilizers and manure, methane emissions from rice production, and carbon dioxide from agricultural machinery. Also, we have land use, which accounts for 24% of food emissions. Twice as many emissions result from land use for livestock as for crops for human consumption. Agricultural expansion results in the conversion of forest grasslands and other carbon sinks into cropland or pasture, resulting in carbon dioxide emissions. Land use here is the sum of land use change, savanna burning, and organic soil cultivation, plowing, and over-tuning of soils. Also, we have supply chains account for 18% of food emissions. Food processing, converting produce from the farm into final products, transport, packaging, and retail all require energy and resource inputs. Many assume that eating local is key to a low-carbon diet. However, transport emissions are often a very small percentage of food's total emissions, only 6% globally. Whilst supply chain emissions may seem high at 18%, it's essential for reducing emissions by preventing food waste. Food waste emissions are large. 1/4 of emissions from food production ends up as wastage, either from supply chain losses or consumers. Durable packaging, refrigeration, and food processing can also help to prevent food waste. For example, wastage of processed fruit and vegetables is 14% lower than fresh and 8% lower for seafood. Reducing emissions from food production will be one of our greatest challenges in the coming decades. Now we have to define the terms mitigation and adaptation. Climate change mitigation means avoiding and reducing emissions of heat-trapping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere to prevent the planet from warming to more extreme temperature. Climate change adaptation means altering our behavior systems and, in some cases, ways of life to protect our families, our economies, and the environment in which we live from the impacts of climate change. The more we reduce emissions right now, the easier it will be to adapt to the changes we can no longer avoid. The mitigation piece of the puzzle is easy to explain but difficult to accomplish. We must transition from powering our world with fossil fuels to using clean, renewable energy. And we need deforestation and restore our natural habitats until we reach net zero carbon emissions, meaning that the release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere is balanced with the capture and storage of those gases in places like tree roots. Much like investing in a retirement fund, the sooner we act to mitigate the impacts of climate change, the better off we'll be in the future. In the case of the European Union, a policy is developed for the transition of the European economy into a greener model. This transition is called Green Deal, and in the case of agriculture, it is interpreted by a special strategy which is called From Farm to Fork for a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. This strategy is based on some pillars about reducing the climate footprint, enhancing the global transition, creating new opportunities, and increasing the resilience of food systems. But since we are talking about management, let's be more accurate. How can we reduce emissions from agriculture? One type is land and crop management, which means adjusting the methods for managing land and growing crops. Some examples are fertilizing crops with the appropriate amount of nitrogen required for optimal crop production, since over-application of nitrogen can lead to higher nitrous oxide emissions without enhancing crop production. Another example is draining water from the wetland dry soils during the growing season to reduce methane emissions. Also, we have livestock management by adjusting feeding practices and other management methods to reduce the amount of methane resulting from enteric fermentation. An example is improving pasture quality to increase animal productivity, which can reduce the amount of methane emitted per unit of animal product. Also, increased productivity in livestock can be introduced through improved breeding practices. Another type of reducing emissions is the manure management. How emissions are reduced with manure management? By controlling the way in which manure decomposes to reduce nitrous oxide and methane emissions, by capturing methane from manure decomposition to produce renewable energy. Some examples are handling manure as a solid or depositing it on pasture rather than storing it in a liquid-based system, such as a lagoon, would likely reduce methane emissions but may increase nitrous oxide emissions. Also, storing manure in anaerobic lagoons to maximize methane production and then capturing the methane to use as an energy substitute for fossil fuels. Another type of reducing emissions is change in uses of land by increasing carbon storage by using land differently or maintaining carbon storage by avoiding land degradation. An example is the afforestation and minimizing the conversion of forest land to other land uses such as settlements, croplands or grasslands. Also, we have changes in land management practices. That means improving management practices on existing land use type. Some examples are utilizing reduced tillage practices on cropland and improved grazing management practices on grassland. Also, we have planting after natural or human-induced forest disturbances to accelerate vegetation growth and minimize soil carbon losses. Technology plays a very important role in natural management and mitigation. Sustainable farming methods, practices, and technologies, such as use of renewable energy sources, precision agriculture technologies and practices, integrated pest management, hydroponics and aquaponics, crop rotation, polyculture, farming, and regenerative agriculture protect soil from erosion, crop diversity, and biodiversity are some of the main tools. So, precision agriculture farming management concept is based upon observing, measuring, and responding to inter and intra-field variability and needs in crops with the use of digital techniques. Precision agriculture responds to three main challenges: sustainable increasing agricultural productivity and incomes, ensuring food security and economic growth, adapting and building resilience to climate change, and reducing and or removing greenhouse gas emissions. This is what we call climate change mitigation. Also, as we said, we have the integrated pest management, which is a combination of pest control techniques for identifying and observing pests in the initial stages. Not all pests are harmful, and thus we should let them coexist with the crop that spend money eliminating them. Natural pest eliminators are, for example, bats, birds, insects, etc. Many such natural pest eliminators are commercially available in our days. Another technique is hydroponics and aquaponics. In hydroponics, plants grow without soil in an inert medium like perlite and get nourished through specialized nutrients added to water, thus saving water and other resources. Aquaponics combines the raising of aquatic animals, such as fish, with the growing of hydroponic crops. The water containing nutrients resulting from the mineralization of the waste material from the aquaculture is used to nourish the hydroponic plants. The water is purified and then recirculated back into the system to be reduced by the fish. We said about crop rotation. In crop rotation, one can also incorporate livestock in the practice when the land is left bare for a season of grazing. Crop rotation is a tried and tested method used in ancient farming practices, proven to keep the soil healthy and nutritious. The crops are picked in a pattern so that the crops planted this season replenish the nutrients from the soil that they were absorbed by the previous crop side. For example, row crops are planted after grains to balance the used nutrients. Very important is the protection of soil from erosion. Healthy soil is a key to a good crop. Age-old techniques like tilling the land along the contour lines in an inclined field and cultivation in terraces still work wonders. New techniques such as reduced tillage or no tillage, addition of manure, organic fertilizers, etc. also help preserve, improve soil quality and also induce carbon sequestration. A new trend, not a new but increasing trend is the organic farming. Organic farming aims at producing food using natural substances and processes. Therefore, organic farming tends to have limited environmental impact as it encourages the responsibility use of energy and natural resources, the maintenance of biodiversity, preservation of regional ecological balances, enhancement of soil fertility, maintenance of water quality. Additionally, organic farming rules encourage a high standard of animal welfare and require farmers to meet the specific behavioral needs of animals. A new trend is polyculture and regenerative farming. It involves growing multiple crop species in one area. These species often complement each other and greater diversity of products can be produced on one plot, which fully utilizing and recycling available resources. High biodiversity makes the system more resilient to weather variations and applies natural mechanisms for preservation of soil fertility. And since we're talking about biodiversity, it is time to fix our broken relationship with nature. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and the spread of devastating pandemics demanded. Why do we need to protect biodiversity? Modern intensified agriculture threatens biodiversity, which is essential for life. Nature provides us with food, health and medicines, materials, recreation and well-being. A healthy ecosystem filters our air and water, helps keep the climate in balance, converts waste back into resources, pollinates and fertilizes crops, and much more. Biodiversity loss and the climate crisis are interdependent. When one gets worse, so does the other. Biodiversity loss is bad for businesses. Half of the world's gross domestic product, about 40 trillion euros, depends on nature.
Dr. Volodakis, may
Yes.
I interfere here? Very nice presentations. However, we have a time constraint too. I would like to request you, if you conclude maybe within few minutes, so that some of the colleagues could also interact, and then
Yes.
we can do that thing. Okay, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I will need 5 more minutes, not more. So you have the use, after the management, you have the use of renewable energy. This means biomass, bioenergy from plants, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, and hydropower from floating water. Biomass. The bioenergy category covers several different ways of generating energy from organic matter, fuel from farm products, energy from plants and animal materials are becoming increasingly important in world energy systems. For example, we have sewage gas, agricultural waste, grass, food and commercial waste, cactus, algae. Let me show you a paradigm about biogas and digestate. How does anaerobic digestion work? Anaerobic digestion is a process through which bacteria break down organic matter such as animal manure, wastewater biosolids, and food waste in the absence of oxygen. Anaerobic digestion for biogas production takes place in a sealed vessel called a reactor, which is designed and constructed in various shapes and sizes. These reactors contain complex microbial communities that break down or digest the waste and produce resultant biogas and digestate the solid and liquid material, which is discharged from the digester. Multiple organic materials can be combined in one digester, a practice called co-digestion. Co-digested materials include manure, food waste, energy crops, crop residues, and fats, oils, and greases from restaurant grease traps and many other sources. Co-digestion can increase biogas production from low-yielding or difficult-to-digest organic waste. The following figure illustrates the flow of feedstocks through the anaerobic system to produce biogas and digest it. The outputs of the system produces two variable outputs, biogas and digestate. Biogas is composed of methane, which is primary component of natural gas, at a relatively high percentage, carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, water vapor, and trace amounts of other gases. The energy in biogas can be used like natural gas to provide heat, generate electricity, and power cooling systems, among other uses. Biogas can also be purified by removing the inter or low value constituents to generate renewable energy gas. This can be sold and injected into the natural gas distribution system, compressed and used as vehicle fuel, or processed further to generate alternative transportation fuel, energy products, and other advanced biochemicals and bioproducts. Finally, digestate is the residual material left after the digestion process. It is composed of liquid and solid portions. These are offered separated and handled independently, as each have value that can be released with varying degrees of processing. Also, we have solar energy, meaning the energy coming from the sun that can supply usable power such as heat or electricity. Wind energy, the force of the wind can be converted into mechanical or electrical power. Geothermal energy, energy generated by the internal heat of the earth and can be harnessed to supply heat and other usable energy. This kind of energy is very popular here in Greece in greenhouses development. And hydropower, energy that can be captured from the force of fast-moving, falling, or flowing water. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much. This is really, I must admit, a very nice presentations providing the overview of the natural resources as well as green technology options which are available to combat this global warming and climate change phenomenon. And now I request the participants to put their views or comment or any queries. This is open for discussion.
I have one query. Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, of course, this is a general query, not very much specific to the European situation. As you know, there has been an increase from 2000 to 2020. Maybe there has been an increase in use of renewable energy, or sometimes it is again confusing renewable energy and the green energy, whether we can combine them both, or we should be definitely treated them very much separately. So experts may have a comment on that. first question. Second question, in India, like we still do not have a proper regulation of, using green energy. Like in the US, country like US, they have a very good regulations which is being governed by Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. But in our country, I'm not sure about Europe. You must be having regulation as well. But we still do not have a very stringent regulations, because of which politics are there. And then if we do not have a concrete regulations, then there will be again world politics. So I would say invite comments from the experts in this case. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, most welcome. So any other queries? We may take all queries together, or I would also expect the speakers to comment, and then maybe more deliberations from others, and then finally outcome. I request Dr. Malaya also, if she gets some interesting queries from the audience.
Yes, so we do have two queries. One from Keshav Ranjan. He asked that while accounting the greenhouse gases from agriculture, why are we omitting water vapors as a major component? So that is a question from Keshav Ranjan. And Sandhani Saikya asked that flooded rice systems releases large amount of methane, which is a known contributor to greenhouse gases mediated climate change. So to combat this issue, aerobic rice cultivation systems have been extensively used. But the concern here is that will this switch between the systems be resilient and productive over the long term? And what will be the solution for the areas that are prone to flooding, as aerobic system cannot be applied due to the presence of flood water?
Oh, good. We have three queries, four queries in fact. Regulations for renewable energy application, then green energy versus renewable energy, that confusion or that query, what is that status? And then your H2O, why do not consider them as an main greenhouse component or major greenhouse component, or do not discuss at least, though it is included. And then finally, the aerobic versus anaerobic production of rice, considering this methane emission issue. These are the four issues where we have. Now,
Sir, may I add one more question? Professor Andreas has got a question.
Please. Please.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir.
Very quick. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I have one more small question. If you want to add it, there are several strategies, especially to prevent the emission from agriculture. Limited. Do you think of having some novel way or ideas to adopt some of the strategies by farmers? Because convincing farmers is becoming very difficult for extension workers. So in Europe or in some other areas, do they have some kind of novel strategies? That's my question. Like, for example, IPM. We have been talking on IPM since last 20-25 years, but we are not able to do it. And crop rotation, absolutely, farmers are forgetting. Do we have some novel strategies? Thank you.
We got it. Whether there is a convincing strategy so that it could be disseminated, deployed effectively, and made it easier for the farmers to accept it readily. This is the queries. Okay, we got it. Now I request the first the speaker to comment on these queries, and then we'll go to the other experts available here. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Doctor. We have many interesting questions. I will try to provide some efficient, let's say, answers. First of all, about the terms of renewable and green energy. Yes, in many cases, the categorization of these kinds of energy is not very clear. In Europe and especially in Greece, there is not a specific separation of this kind of energies. So in the general policy framework, green energy and renewable energies sources of energy is one, let's say, kind of approach. As I saw in the presentation, we have a new policy pillar for the European Union. We call it the Green Deal, which demands the transition to a greener economical model until 2030 for the European countries. And in Greece, we have these days the new initiative for developing, for creating the climate law, the climate regulations for all the economical sectors. I don't know what is the specific approach in India or other parts of the world, but I'm sure that under the Paris Agreement, this is a pathway that we all have to follow in the next decades. And I have to underline that India is, even though that it didn't have the opportunity to, let's say, have all the advantages of the rapidly technological growth from previous decades based on fossil fuels. Nowadays, India is leading in this, let's say, fight against climate change. So that's about climate policy, renewable energy, green energy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very nicely you have.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have very limited time. Still, only 1 minute. I will conclude it. Green energy and renewable energy, that there are different terminologies that are used nowadays, started using. Or to me, what I conceptualize that renewable energy means when resources are renewed, and green energy maybe the practices also included, not necessarily the renewing resources, but we have the comparatively saving or energy conservations, energy management practices where we can better energy, do justice for better energy application. And then there are enough literatures on it. We may deliberate it on later. And then the second conception of this Indian context, that regulations, we have some regulations, though not directly that it encourages, but not directly that it is applied, but there are for to encourage the users, particularly renewable energy portfolio. There is a mandate for each state governments that they should increase the quota of renewable energy, maybe from solar, maybe from hydro, maybe from biomasses. And of late, the Prime Minister of India has a target that we should have substantial amount of application of renewable energy in our all spheres of life, in transport, in our domestic supply, in our industrial supply. So that way, maybe we are also committed and we have some indirect regulations or indirect commitment for that. Rice cultivations, there are very renowned experts of this rice cultivation here, I know. However, time will not permit. But one thing is that the methane emission from the rice field, what I feel as an agricultural engineering perspective, could be drastically reduced if we could reduce the biomass available there, unwanted biomass your load. If we could reduce it, if we could take this your biomass which are not contributing directly to this nutrients supply, but only contributing to the methane emission, and then apart from aerobic conditions, even under aerobic conditions, if load of the biomass is reduced, then greenhouse gas emission could be reduced. And then I really thank you, and also apology for these organizers as I have taken 1 or 2 minutes more, but very nice discussions. All other queries which will be coming, definitely organizer will do justice, making it and taking it. And in concluding remarks on concluding pages, this will be included and it will be circulated to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we are almost done. Yeah. Malaya, we should move to the next one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dimitris.
Thank you,
thank you, Dr.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so we'll move on to the third lecture. The chairman for this section is Dr. Ishwarappa Katagiri, sir. He is the PI of AdaptNET from UASD Dharwad, and also the professor in genetics and plant breeding. He's been presently working as the editor at the University of Agricultural Sciences Dharwad, and Professor Katagiri has been working on cotton research since 1987. He has registered 4 cotton varieties and 4 hybrids for commercial cultivation in the South Zone, and developed through pest resistance breeding and
Your voice is not coming, Malaya. Hello? Hello? Some disturbance. Hello?
Am I audible? I'm sorry I got disconnected.
Yes. Now you're audible. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So Dr. Category is also the recipient of numerous awards, one of which is Ramanath Iyer National Award for Cotton Fiber Quality Improvement from Indian Society of Cotton Improvement, Mumbai. He's also recognized as a Fellow of Indian Society for Genetics and Plant Breeding. And as of now, Professor Category has taken new projects on CRISPR-Cas for suppressing gossypol in cotton. So with a very brief introduction, I would also welcome the speaker of the third lecture, that is Dr. Carlo Pozzi. Dr. Carlo Pozzi is the PI of AdaptNET from University of Milano. He's an associate professor in the Department of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences in the University of Milan. And the topic of the present lecture is Advances in Molecular Technology Agriculture and Industry. Professor Carlo Pozzi he teaches advanced molecular breeding and plant biotechnologies. His research interests span from plant development to mainly in barley, to plant quality and production in peach fruits, to plant farming in tobacco, and plant abiotic stress scoping in tobacco. He has extensive experience in both public and private sectors in molecular breeding. He has also an H-index of 18. He has co-authored 5 international patents, and he holds a professional project management institute certificate. So I invite Professor Carlo Pozzi and Professor Ishwarappa Category sir to kindly carry on the description.
Thank you for organizers. Of course, I am also part of organizing this. Thank you very much. And again, for some of them, it's a good morning, and some of them is a good afternoon. And see, one thing is sure, climate change is not a news. Climate change is a fact. That's all of us are now experiencing, and probably any amount of discussion on climate change and mitigation of climate change is less, in the sense we need to talk a lot, we need to do a lot, and naturally there must be some solutions. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very tough for future generations. So under this situation and this kind of conferences or webcams are very, very essential. Looking to the kind of topics and the people who are going to who are talking and then who are presenting are also very appropriately chosen. It's going to be benefited researchers and students, even for policymakers also. So probably in this session, and now Dr. Carlo is going to talk on molecular technologies useful in developing agriculture varieties, crop varieties in agriculture, and also how they are useful in industry. We know Dr. Carlo since beginning of this project, his involvement in in every aspects of this project, even including training our all scientists. And it's wonderful to have Carlo this morning, of course, with all of us. So, Dr. Carlo, thank you very much for accepting and talking to us this morning. And probably I request you to go ahead with your topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. I would especially thank Moloya Gohan because of the organization, and I think she has done really an excellent and professional, outstanding job. So my duty today is to give you a bit of an introduction in molecular technologies applied to climate-smart agriculture, and we will also have some understanding of what the industry is doing using those technologies. So I should already apologize with those of you who are more experts in molecular biology and in molecular techniques, because this will sound a bit like a summary. But I think this is food for the brainstorming. That's how I see it. So it's designed for the students especially, and for researchers to find here some inspirational notes that you might want to use to discuss about later on. So the first thing I need to talk about is a bit of the physiological mechanisms which are behind the way that the plants respond to climate change and to stresses. Of course, everything here is complicated because we are dealing with traits which are very complex, which are basically QTLs, quantitative trait loci. So we're dealing with many different aspects at once. So I will use one example here. This is a plant which is actually native of parts of Africa and even from India. It's the Craterostigma plantagineum. It has been studied at first, let's say from a molecular point of view, at the Max Planck Institute in Cologne in Germany. That's about 30 years ago already. This plant is very interesting because it has the capacity of going completely dehydrated when the water content goes down to 2%, and then when water is added back, the plant is able again to even to flower, not only to have photosynthesis working. So the plants, this one which is extreme, but in general plants, they try their best to survive stresses. So they try to avoid the damage. So typically this happens when the plants try to set the seeds before the time when the stress is typically in late summer, for example, in Northern Europe, when the stress is supposed to be arriving. So that already poses a strong selective pressure on climate change challenged cultures and crops. And this is something that we are actually studying and we are somehow witnessing. Plants try to detoxify harmful elements, and we'll see that, and they will try to recover the homeostasis. So everything changes when the stress is there, the ion concentration especially, plants get a little bit confused and they need to recover the homeostatic condition. And once they do that, they are able to resume growth, but that typically occurs at a reduced rate. And this is something that we really want to avoid because we want, as agronomists, we want to have plants producing always at their peak. So we have a number of stresses here, and I will not go into any details of them, and we just need to understand that we are not dealing with one stress. We are dealing with multiple stresses at the same time. That's the challenge we are facing. That means that we are dealing with the response of the plant at multiple levels. So let's see which are those levels. So first of all, the plants will need to understand that there is a stress. So the plant will receive or perceive the stress on the surface, on the membranes, and this is done by receptors. Then the receptors are signaling the stress throughout the plant cell, and this requires secondary messengers, and we have a look at which are those messengers, and then these goes and triggers the change in gene expression, activation of new genes. Everything has to change. We need to have a new set of expression inside the plant cell to respond and change the plant physiology and growth and development, which leads to the acclimation to the stress. So now, this is a very straightforward process. It's very complicated in the molecular nature of it. We know some of the elements which are involved. For example, we know many of the phytohormones which are involved, like abscisic acid, ethylene, jasmonic acid. They are definitely involved in that. We know many of the molecules or of the enzymes which are propagating the signal, and these are kinases and phosphatases. We clone them, we have them, and we know how to deal with them, but we do not know everything. One thing we know very well is the fact that we have secondary messengers, and This is, for example, calcium. The concentration of calcium rises about 10,000 times as soon as the stress triggers the response in the plant cell. And a number of things happen. So there are complexes which are formed between calcium and calcium responding or calcium binding proteins, or kinases or phosphatases. And in turn, this leads to the activation of complexes which are working together with transcription factors, activating the downstream activity of genes which are involved in the response to the stress. So here already we see some very important players. There are the second messengers and there are the transcription factors which are activated, phosphorylated, dephosphorylated, all of those kinds of things. Dephosphorylation occurs through activity of molecules of enzymes which are bound or, let's say, related to calcium or independent from calcium, and these already classifies different types of kinases which are involved. And we understand here that there is a critical aspect, which are the transcription factors. So transcription factors down here, they are very important general regulator of the metabolism. They are controlled, and they are in turn controlling a number of genes. So definitely they are good targets for our efforts. So what happens during the stress is that the plant gets imbalanced in, for example, in the light capture and the utilization, because the entire metabolism gets messed up. So the plant reacts to this imbalance, and it does that triggering the entire response. And this is some these are known as reactive oxygen species. These are again secondary messengers, and typically these are H2O2 or oxygen or nitric oxide. They all work as secondary messengers. But of course, they also work as a problem for the plant cell, because the plant cell does not like very much to be oxidized or hyper-oxidized by the presence of those ROS. So not only they have to accumulate to propagate the signal, but also they need to be degraded. So that occurs by a number of scavengers, number of enzymes which are mostly catalyzing the degradation reaction. ABA is another messenger. So there are, here we have the sensors, right, of the osmotic or salinity or the ionic stress. And those sensors are moving through the ABA activity. So ABA is able itself of triggering the activity of phosphatases, kinases, and then down to transporters to restore the ionic concentration and transcription factors. So ABA is another target. And eventually we said the transcription factors, here we have a number of them. Some of them are ABA dependent, some of them are ABA independent. In all cases, they do have targets in the DNA, and they have targets in a vast number of targets in the genes which are controlled by them. So what we can say here is that we are very interested in those transcription factors here. ABA responsive element binding proteins or drought responding element binding proteins, the CBF, the NAC, they are all possible targets for our interest as biotechnologists, as we will see. Another one very last thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that during stress, there is typically, especially when water gets scarce, the degradation of the proteins function. So the proteins get denatured or they get aggregated into non-functional forms. For these, We can use chaperones proteins, typically the heat shock proteins. Here we see one in this barrel form. They typically have the capacity of restoring the hydration level of the protein, and thus their function, but they can also work through stereochemical interaction with the protein itself, which is then disentangled, so to say, so that eventually at the cost of some energy, the protein gets back to the normal conformation. So what we have seen here is a very quick summary of the many things that happen in the plant once the stress is perceived, and which are the actors. And why we want to know which are the actors? Because they are all targets for biotechnological solutions. So of course, we might think about working with heat shock proteins, those proteins which work as chaperones. And we want to imagine that we can use them to protect the plant cell during the stress, but we also want to think about that we can work on ion and water uptake and transport. So you have to think about how difficult it is to try to suck up the water from the soil when the water potential is against their efforts. Not only they have to work against the ionic concentration, but also they have to get the water through the membranes, through the lipid membranes. They typically do that using, among other tricks, also those pores here, which are good for water transition, which are called aquaporins, and they also use ion transporters. So we can work on them. And definitely they are good candidates, they are good target genes. Also, transcriptional controls and signal transduction, we have seen that both of them are very important aspects in the transduction of the signal of the stress, transcription factors, signal transduction molecules which are signaling, so from the receptors down to the, let's say, genes which are doing the work. So kinases, or I just mentioned here one possible transcription factors, but we also have detox genes. So all the catalases or the glutathione, for example, they are all detox genes that are needed to keep the plant cleaned from the ROS. Another one thing we will talk later on are those osmolytes. So basically what we know here is that we can work using as targets a number of potential workers, like those transcription factors here. Typically what is done, those transcription factors are cloned in different crops, and then they are overexpressed. And the overexpression in different crops again leads to the drought tolerance. So let's have a look at some of those examples in real life, and some of those examples which made it through the industry. Actually, this example here is not yet commercialized. That was developed by the Baba Atomic Center in India. And it's dealing with one early responsive to dehydration gene, an ERD gene. This was cloned into Brassica uncea, and it's a chloroplast localized gene. It codes for a novel RNA binding protein, and it is being observed that when it's knocked down, that was done by CRISPR technology, or when it is overexpressed, it leads to changes in the way that the plants respond to stress. So when it is overexpressed, it actually produces enhanced tolerance to dehydration and to salt stresses. So that's a very good target, and definitely the idea is to introduce it into patented crops, which is exactly what has been done by Bioceres here. It's a company which was working with this homeoboxyleucine zipper gene. It's another transcription factor which is being cloned from soybean, and is now being used both in soybean and wheat. There is a collaboration with Syngenta, which is now taking over since last year for the hybrid wheat, and these might become the first biotech wheat to be sold. Right now, the Argentina is working with the product in the field, and China got the authorization for the commercialization of the Argentinian product. We have to keep in mind that Argentina and China are having very strict commercial relationship when it comes down to soybean commerce. And the seed, as I said, is owned by BioSeries company, and it's called HB4 drought-tolerant transgenic soybean. It's sold also in Brazil by the Verdeca company. So there is a market which is expanding and starting right now. All right, so let's have a closer look at what happens when we want to engineer for drought tolerance. So of course we are talking about complicated phenotypes. We are talking about an idiotype which deals with multiple aspects. So we have stomata control, for example. So these are the little pores on the leaf surface. We want them to be opening not too much, but not too little, so that the plants keep on having evapotranspiration, but doesn't lose water. We want to control the silking. We're talking about corn here. We want to be sure that the silking, that is the synchronization between the production of the pollen and the fertility of the female part, are synchronized. And this occurs because we want to maximize the possibility of having fertile seeds being produced. And just another one aspect, for example, the root system. Of course, we want to improve it and make sure that it's able to explore more and more of the soil looking for water. All of these needs to be synchronized, as we said. So we need to keep in mind that the drought effect is not equal throughout the life cycle of the plant. It's much more important the peaks of drought than the average drought during the life cycle. And it's also very important which is the threshold. So we understand, for example, in corn, in our latitudes, 30 degrees, it's a sort of a threshold. When you go over that, and when you combine heat with drought, which is typically the case, then the damages can become really impactful, and you need to do something. So that's exactly what has been done. The first idea was, well, let's work on the stomata aperture and closure. So stomata, they do open and close thanks to the action, especially one hormone, which is ABA, abscisic acid, which is controlling the influx and the efflux of ions like calcium and potassium, and this leads to the intake or efflux of water, which are in turn controlling the turgor of the guard cells of the stomata, which are then opening and closing. So this whole thing was taken up by the performance plant company, and they thought about working with one gene, which is the ERA1, which is a farnesyl transferase or a subunit of it. So the idea here is that when the ERA1 gene is active, the effect of ABA is not that good, so that ABA is not able to completely control the opening, or better to say the closing of the stomata. So the idea was to knock out the ERA1 gene, and it was shown that the plants do have an increased tolerance to drought, but they also are severely compromised in yield. So the idea here was to have a conditional reversible downregulation of the ABA, and these led to plants which are both producing or yield, let's say, efficient, even under water stress, and yet in normal conditions, they have no yield drag. This is an important concept. You want to obtain plants which are producing well under stress, and they produce as well in normal conditions. Cytokinin, again, is another plant hormone on which they've been working quite intensively. The idea here is that you want to increase the cytokinin level during the stress. So the work was done on the IPT gene, which was taken actually from Agrobacterium, which contains an efficient IPT gene. It's an isopentenyl transferase, and that was overexpressed. That means that the expression of this IPT gene was under the control of a stress-inducible strong promoter. So whenever the stress was kicking in, especially and perceived as senescence of the plant were responding and behaving as if the stress was much more advanced. So if you are able to intervene at the very early stages of the stress, you will probably get better results. And that's Arcadia Biosciences companies, what they are working on. DuPont, Pioneer, that's what they've been doing. They work on another hormone, plant hormone, which is involved in the stress. This is ethylene. You want to have ethylene working, but you don't want to have ethylene being able to depress the yield of your crop. So you want to have it doing its job, but not too much. So that's why you want to work on negative regulator of the ethylene response. What they did was, why don't we take those genes and we overexpress them, so we reduce the sensitivity to ethylene and we get higher yield even under drought. That was the case. They worked on a very particular application of CRISPR-Cas9, which is gene targeting based, and they basically that's not exactly what they did, but in short we can say they swapped a promoter and they used a more active promoter for Argus 8, so that eventually they had higher level of Argus 8 in the tissues, and these led to a better performance of the plant even under irrigation. As I said, one very important aspect is also the production of osmolytes. So the idea here is to have plants responding to the change in ion concentration and to the capacity of uptaking the water even against any odds. So when the water potential decreases, the plant still has to be able to uptake the water. And for doing this, they need to accumulate osmolytes inside the plant cell. And possibly those osmolytes need to be sort of neutral from the metabolism point of view. And that's exactly what happens with glycine betaine, for example, but that's true for other molecules. And you want to have an accumulation of glycine betaine, and for these, a couple of enzymes have been identified. The idea here was to have the first of the oxidation steps being controlled by these dehydrogenase, and the other one here by another dehydrogenase. So what they did was they overexpressed this second one, considering it as a limiting step, but the other more clever thing was to do it with one enzyme from bacteria, which is able to do the two steps at once. So this is more controllable from a biotech point of view. This has been done among many other species, including potato, tomato, rice, tobacco. It has been done also in sugarcane. This was in Indonesia, and as a matter of fact, the transgenic line here, they show a 20–30% increase in production under drought stress in comparison with their parental lines. And here we see other osmolytes, proline, trehalose, mannitol, and the respective genes which have been either expressed or overexpressed typically in different species. The last thing I want to talk to you about is the possibility of using miRNAs. miRNAs are short RNAs which are typically produced during environmental fluctuations, among many other aspects in the life of a plant. And they do have targets which are genes responsible for the adaptation of the plant to the environmental stress. So large amount of non-coding RNAs are highly expressed during abiotic stress conditions. So the idea here is to really exploit the capacity of the plant cell to synthesize from miRNA genes through a rather complicated procedure. Mature miRNA microRNAs, which are then loaded onto a RNA-induced silencing complex, this RISC. And when this is happening, then the miRNA can exploit the reaction, which is either to cleave RNA of the target genes or to repress the translation of the target genes. And so they can act either as positive or negative regulators in the stress tolerance process. And these are a number of miRNA genes which have been identified. These are just in a couple of species, Medicago, Truncatula, and Arabidopsis, in response to just a couple of stresses, and they have either a positive or a negative action, as you see here, on target genes, and most of those target genes, not surprisingly, are transcription factors once again. Okay, all of these has been put to work, and I will take now another 3 minutes, and I will complete. All of these elements have been put to work by, for example, Monsanto Bayer. They've been working with this cold shock protein, the CSPB from Bacillus subtilis. That was a work from 2008, which was developed further in 2013. These cold shock protein B gene works as an RNA chaperone. So it's not a protein chaperone, it's an RNA chaperone. And it has been proven that the plants, the mice plants, which shows the expression of this gene here, is much more resilient to drought in moderate to severe droughts. This is being commercialized as drought guard. And here we have further hybrids like the AgriSure Artesian from Syngenta, the motto of which is maximize yield when it rains and increase yield when it doesn't, which is quite powerful because the point they are having here is that do the best you can when all the others are suffering, and be the best when everything is fine. And there is the Aquamax from Pioneer, but there are also some hybrids which are being produced by international public or publicly funded, almost publicly funded efforts. Like this is from the Water Efficient Maize for Africa initiative, which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Another company here is doing some very tricky molecular work, and this is the Mendel Biotechnology, which was initially working together with Monsanto. They've been working very intensively with a number of transcription factors in Arabidopsis. They basically identified the whole of them, and then they combined with dozens of promoters at random almost. And then by automatic phenotyping, they identified the combination of transcription factors and promoters, which were at best producing phenotypes under different conditions here, salinity, for example. And these are called the weather guard hybrids, or let's say construct, and they are being now actively pursued in a commercial perspective. So I would like, do I have another 1 minute? I'm asking the organizer.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
so
no
I would
problem.
like,
No problem.
thank you. In 1 minute, that's what I wanted to tell you. This book here is the three-body problem, right? That's a book, science fiction book by Qingxing Liu, which is a Chinese writer. The idea here is that the human race knows that in about 400 years, there will be an invasion from another civilization that they want to escape the place where they live, which is this planet where they have three suns. And because these three suns do have, physical problems, they tend to destroy from time to time and in a way which is completely unforeseeable. They tend to destroy the civilization of those guys here. So that's why they decided to invade us. And for some reason, we know it in advance, 400 years before. And the book is about how the human race is organizing and putting together an effort, a transgenerational effort in 400 years to respond to these guys arriving. So we know for sure they are arriving. We know for sure they want to destroy us, and yet we have a 400 years gap. And we need to put our efforts together and work as a one human race. And of course, that's not that easy. And I don't need to say that this reminds me very much the situation we are witnessing here now with the climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. I think this is a wonderful talk. On behalf of all of us, we really give him a big clap. Of course, it's a virtual clap, and thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
And yeah, I'll tell you this making a justice for this kind of topic is very, very difficult, because you said in the beginning itself that it's a multiple trust, multi-trait associated, multi-mechanism associated. Making it so simple is very difficult, but what Carl has done is so wonderful. He has chosen the very successful examples and mechanisms so that really one can really believe the kind of biotechnology tools so strong enough. That's the beauty of his talk. And finally, the last call, the last message that what he has given is the most important thing is cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. That's wonderful message he has given. Now the topic is open. So anybody, if you want, please ask your, send your questions to chat box or directly ask. Thank you once again, Dr. Kalu.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Carlo. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, Bidwi.
Yeah, I'm also showing my face, because, we have not met for quite long now.
I recognize your voice anyway.
Yeah, and do not know when will you meet again.
Yeah, definitely.
But anyway, you discussed the topic very nicely with very good examples, as Chairman has said here. I have just a query, we are giving emphasis on modern, technology interventions, but perhaps, to explore, we have to go back to explore the gene pool, in more depth to find out, to discover our genes. Which is not giving much emphasis today, because we are just forgetting, because many of the important genes perhaps we are losing because of domestication process, and so maybe we have to, though we are with a lot of modern cultivars we are working with now, and we are trying to improve upon them further, but we are perhaps not giving much emphasis in our original, land races, or maybe the wild races. In fact, the wild races, wild germplasms. So this is just a point of discussion I am just bringing in. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I do completely agree with you, not only, but I think that the most modern biotechnologies can actually help in that. For example, the CRISPR-Cas9 technology is being used for what is called the rewilding or de novo domestication. So the idea basically being, it took 1,000 years to go from, let's say, nearly undomesticated to domesticated crops, and 1,000-year selection. But we can do it in a faster way if we take the land races or the wild germplasm and we domesticated it in for some traits in a quick way using a CRISPR technology, for example, so that we have plants which do retain most of the beneficial traits of wild species, but yet they do not have the negative traits because we knock them out. And this is being done in tomato, even in alkukenju, which is a very small fruit but with very impressive properties. This can be done. It's actively pursued, and I think you're right. There lies our richness in the biodiversity.
Yes, thank you.
If there are no questions, then I have a small, like discussion point, Dr. Carlo. Like all these examples, whatever examples now you have showed, all of them were from private sectors, like private sectors. So I just want to know the things, either the things has to come from public sector, or we should go in a wonderful mode of PPP, private public sector participation is the best way. So do you have a very successful PPP mode? Because we have our own difficulty in India. Of course, we have a very successful BT cotton story. That's all from private only. Of course, public sectors also supported, but still we have a lot of problems with private sectors to come with all these kind of techniques. So do you suggest some wonderful PPP mode so that this kind of technology should be really commercialized as early as possible?
Yeah, well, that's a very difficult question. I have examples which are nice but yet challenging. For example, with the golden rice story. So the golden rice was born as a public effort. It was started at the I think, Trishna, I think you have your microphone open. Let me mute. Let's mute Trishna.
Please mute your microphone. Because, everybody is hungry, and then somebody is asking about taking food.
Okay.
So please put off your microphone, and then yeah. Okay.
You know what? I had yesterday night Indian food, which is very good here in Milano. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. So the golden rice problem is that it started as a public thing. Then it was necessary to have Syngenta into the play because the money was too huge. But Syngenta managed to have it commercialized in a way that it was user-friendly, let's say farmer-friendly. So then eventually it was taken up by the Gates Foundation and other foundations which are privately but yet without, let's say, not commercially funding it. And now it's being distributed in the Philippines, for example. Last week it has been approved for production in the Philippines. So, but it took 20 years, right? So it's not something that occurs overnight. So I think we are lacking the mindset and probably the examples of the fact that even with the public-private funded research, we can still be profitable and thus have the interest of the private. We need to prove that. We need to demonstrate it, and things will start to speed up. But it's a very complicated issue. It deals with intellectual property management, so it might take a long time to discuss.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also,
Sir,
I thank the organizers.
Sir, we have a question in the chat box.
Yes.
Chidanand Amagond Rabinal, he has a question. Inspired the biotechnology has huge applications in crop improvement, but why is it not that we are operating or promoting it in India?
Okay, I can comment from a European perspective of what is happening in India, but of course my comments are purely theoretical, so the practical experience, you guys have it. From my perspective, I see that there is a lot ongoing in India in terms of awareness on the biotech. I know that there is some biotech crops which have been commercialized and produced in India, including BT cotton. I know that there is a lot of debate on whether this is doing harm or being beneficial for the farmers, especially for the smallholders. And I have data which have been published that say that actually it was beneficial for the smallholders. But this is derived from the understanding of the literature. So I will let you guys answer to this question.
Yeah, we can keep discussing on that. There are 15 at least, crop, varieties, which crop plants which are in the pipeline to be in the field. Okay, but it all depends. This is just a political scenario. Though as per the regulations, some of the crops have already been approved. As per the regulatory bodies, but yet government has not taken a decision for commercializing the next most important one, that is the mustard, which is almost ready. So it may take time, but once one crop, food crop, will come to the field, obviously there are many other in the pipelines which will be coming to the field very soon.
Right,
we are all hopeful. Yeah.
Let me add just one other thing is the Aquamax or the drought guard hybrids that you have seen there are not the fruit of transgenic. So they're not transgenic. They are genetically obtained through marker-assisted selection, basically.
Yes.
So this is to be regulated in a completely different way, and India and Europe could be interested in this, of course.
But we are hopeful that genome edited things may be much easier. Of course, the regulation has not yet been finalized, but it is in the final stage. Already the committee has been formed, and committee has given their reports to the government. And in that case, SDN1 and SDN2 will be non-regulated things. If it has happened, if it happens, then obviously it will be easier for the scientists to go ahead with genome editing rather than transgenics or other approach. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have now shortage of time because next session will start at 2 o'clock.
Sure.
So if there are more questions, still we can forward those things to us, and then we will forward to the specific speakers so that those can be answered later on. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you.
Yeah. Over to Molaya. Over to Molaya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. First, I would like to say that you've put the points very systematically. I think the traits were pointed out very clearly, and what we have, the questions that we have will be compiled at the end of this session as well. So what we will do is, in case any of the questions remain unanswered, we are going to send it back to the speakers, and we're going to compile it in the proceedings. So thank you, sir. And I also thank the chairman, Dr. Katagiri, sir, for chairing this section of the webcon. So now we will take a break of around 1 hour, say till 2 o'clock. We'll have a lunch break, and then at 2 o'clock we will meet again for the second technical session. So thank you all for joining. And I would just
yes, sir. Maybe half a minute. If all the speakers and then your session chairmen and organizations are there, you can take a snapshot or office filing.
Yeah, that we need to do. Yeah, for a snap. Yeah.
Them for video open, and that will be.
Okay, we are putting our cameras on. Then you can take a picture of everyone. Yeah. Put the cameras on.
Yeah, Professor Andreas, I think Professor Andreas is not.
I see many faces of people I know. I'm happy
Yes.
to see you guys. Nice to see you.
So we still, Professor Andreas, I wonder if he's there. Okay. So I'm taking a snapshot of this, but we're missing Professor Andreas here.
We'll have again another one, no problem,
Yes.
later on.
Yes.
Okay.
And maybe next session you
Thank
can
you.
take.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then see you at 2 o'clock again. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye.
This is
Bye
good.
bye.
So welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the AdaptNET Webcon 2021. The theme is ClimateSmart Technologies for Agriculture and Industry, Challenges and Prospects. We will now begin with the second technical session. So the chairman of this session, I welcome Professor Arup Kumar Sharma. He's the professor from the Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. He is the B.P. Pal Chair Professor of Ministry of Water Resources. He has 30 years of experience, perhaps over 30 years of experience in teaching and in various academic institutions, including IIT Guwahati, where he has spent over 18 years. His expertise includes modeling and simulation in free surface flow, heuristic methods in reservoir optimization, and GIS-based watersheding modeling. So he is a life member of India Remote Sensing Society, Indian National Committee for Climate Change, also the expert committee of Niti Aayog of Water Resources Development of Northeast India, and he is also a member of the Technical Advisory Committee of National Institute of Hydrology, Roorkee, and also he's a member of many societies. I'm just trying to name a few which is relevant to our talk today, and he's also in the Advisory Committee of the National Disaster Management Authority, also a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers. He's also a very well-known singer, composer, and lyricist. So we welcome you, sir. We are very happy to have you in our technical session. And our speaker today in the second technical session is Professor Dionysius Kalivas. He is a professor from Department of Natural Resource Management and Agriculture Engineering from Agricultural University of Athens, Greece. His specialization includes land evaluation, geographical information systems, and spatial analysis. And his research projects, there are around over 48 of GIS research projects, spatial analysis, and land evaluation supported by both European Union and Greek authorities. So Professor Kalivas and his team actually trained us during our AdaptNET training, the use of unmanned aerial vehicles for agriculture. So I welcome Professor Kalivas to our webcon and thank you for accepting our invitation. So the topic of his talk is artificial intelligence and Internet of Things technologies towards precision agriculture for climate and climate resilience. So
Thank you, Malaya. From my end also, I would like to welcome both chairman as well as speaker of this session. Please continue.
Okay.
Now floor is to the chairman, please.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you, and it's in fact good opportunity to be here on this particular session because this is extremely important. I mean, when we consider the climate change, because the water, the availability of water, particularly for agricultural work or agricultural activities, is extremely important for a country like India. And with climate change, as we know, that our water distribution will be changing. That means we will be having, say, longer dry spell, and sometimes it will be very high intensity precipitation. So that kind of things we are expecting, and that is happening. Our studies on climate change has shown that. And therefore, the typical way of, say, irrigating an agricultural field or providing fertilizer to an agricultural field in a uniform manner, I mean, is probably no longer it will be working. So in that context, say, now Internet of Things that we are talking about, or the artificial intelligence that is necessary here. Say here, particularly in India, we are finding that we irrigate the entire crop field based on some sequence. But exactly what is the moisture tension in the field, whether actually water is required at that point, these are not seen very scientifically, and that way either we are sometimes making a waterlogging situation, or sometimes it is becoming a drought kind of situation. I mean, artificially we are not providing water when it is required. So that's where that if we can have some sensor there fitted into the field in specific location, and then we know that what is the exact, I mean, moisture tension when we need to irrigate, whether it has reached wilting point or what kind of situation is happening, and then we make very specific irrigation, then even with less amount of water we can do a perfect irrigation for providing water. Same is the case when we are talking about, suppose, nutrient kind of things, like when where the nitrogen is required, what is, suppose in the entire agricultural field, it may not be the same thing required. So when we do this kind of things, and then sensors are fitted there, automatic information will be coming, and then the provider of those, the equipment, those can be activated automatically, or manually also we can provide the things in the right position. So that way, this IoT as well as this artificial intelligence is extremely important for, I mean, in this area. And we are happy that today we have with us Professor Calibas, and he has a vast experience in this particular field. So I am sure that all will be benefited a lot from his talk. So I request Professor Calibas to deliver your talk on this particular session.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your invitation. I will try to be more general and specific on spatial and geospatial technologies for precision agriculture. Just a moment to share my screen. Okay, I think everything is okay. You can see the presentation now.
Put it in the slideshow.
Yes,
it's still not in the slideshow.
It's not on the slide, yes. Okay.
Put it in the slideshow.
Just a moment.
Oh,
now
yes.
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 Okay. Thank you very much. Again, the structure of my presentation will be focused on DPA, digital precision agriculture, IoT, Internet of Things, big data, AI, artificial intelligence, weather and climate changes effects in agriculture, and of course many use cases on data collections, cultivation and monitoring using remote sensing, and spatial analysis of satellite data and GIS tools. And the final example will be the definition of management cultivation zones using vegetation indices after using spatial data analysis and exploratory and more sophisticated. What is our digital epoch in precision agriculture? The digital primary sector, digital farming, precision agriculture, and precision agriculture is one of the many actions contributing to digitization and digitalization of the primary sector. The different terms not only transfer from analog to digitized form, but also to transfer many situations of a company of a total primary sector to digital era. And what are the difference? What are the specific difference in digital agriculture? Agriculture is always site-specific. We try every time to see the difference in each point, in each site of a farm, and that creates precision, the term of precision agriculture, and also the very new term of smart agriculture, which includes AI technologies. So there are 4 cycles. The big cycle is the digital agriculture, but there are 2 smaller cycles inside, that became, after taking account the site-specific, the characteristic site-specific of agriculture. And for very old times, old and common familiar sayings that this land produces good quality of olive oil or produces better wine, or there were always questions like, what should I cultivate in this field? Or more scientifically, which land uses are suitable for the area? Agricultural practices are specified and differentiated from spot to spot. This is the spatial specification of agriculture. But the approach is more complicated. I'm talking about 3W approach because we have the where, beyond the spatial, when, the temporal, and what, how much and quantity we need to implement in every space, in every field, in every part of the field. What we have now for solve this problem, we have many sciences, digital and spatial sciences, and like GIS, Geographic Information Systems, sensors, remote sensing, the science, and many sensors from remote sensing and ground sensors. We need also exactly the position using GPS, RTK, GPS. We need also the IoT, the Internet of Things, for communication between the different sensors, between the different platforms, and of course, the smart approach, the processing of the data in order to have some rules, in order to implement some rules and to find the best solution. And what could be the future approach concerning the science? Robotics. So a few years ago, I was talking about 3S approach, but now we have 6S approach. GIS, sensor or remote sensing is the second S, the position, the network system, the processing, and robotics. The use of the digital technologies in the primary sector is based on GIS. In the beginning, I'm talking about the decades of 70 decades. We had only GIS, but we still use and we still be the heart of all these digital sciences still be GIS. All information collected from any technological source is saved in a geodatabase, and then it can be spatially manipulated. So there is no spatial technologies in agriculture without the use of a GIS. And of course, there are two different types of GIS data, the vector data types, and the raster data types, which are made of pixels. Raster efficiently represent continuous surfaces, and rasters often look pixelated because each pixel is associated with a value of a class. These are the two main, the different type of data in a GIS environment. Going to the Internet of Things, devices are connected to the internet and interact with it, and send and receive data. The communication can happen in three types: M2M, machine to machine; M2P, machine to person; P2P, and person to person. All these types of communication are using wireless sensors, they use wireless communication, internet, and generally Internet of Things. What is the status concerning the Internet of Things? We started from connectivity in 2000 using email, web browser, and simple search. We came in Internet mobile, many mobile systems, and we are now in the Internet of Things. Objects connect even without me, you, connecting people, processes, data, things. Now, what will be the future concerning the Internet of Things? The separation between connected and unconnected will be blurred. Then we don't know, we cannot see the difference if we are not connected or if we are not connected. The problem or the situation will be that everything will be connected, everything, and we cannot distinguish between unconnected or connected. As some approach concerning the Internet of Things, device hardware, device software, the communication between the devices, using cloud platforms and cloud applications, and a second challenge concerning the Internet of Things. IoT sensors produce a large amount of data. All of these data need to be processed on a real-time basis and stored using different storage solutions. This creates the problem and the solution, calling big data or big data analysis. So we are going from GIS. Second step, we were using, and we're still using data from sensors. Then we are using Internet of Things. The fourth step is the big data analysis. And what are the characteristics of the big data? Describes the data characterized by the three dimensions. We are talking for large amounts of data. These data are coming very fast. And of course, there is a big variety in various formats of these data, structured and unstructured data. So volume, velocity, and variety, there is intersection, it creates the big data, are the three main characteristics of the big data, which the science of the big data analysis should be solved or create solutions about this based on these characteristics. Sensors and satellites are capturing minute field level data such as soil moisture, leaf greenness, temperature, seeding, fertilizer, and pesticide spraying rate, yield, and machine performance. Big data analytics is simply the process by which we collect, manage, and analyze the large volume of structured and unstructured data. What is artificial intelligence? The situation where a computer passes the test if a human interrogator, after posing some written questions, cannot tell whether the written responses come from a person or from a computer. This is artificial intelligence. We cannot distinguish if the answer that the machine give to us is from a person or from a computer. If we cannot distinguish this, we have succeeded using artificial intelligence. The computer will need the following capabilities in order to implement artificial intelligence. Natural language processing to communicate successfully in a human language, knowledge representation to store what it knows or hears, and automated reasoning to answer questions and to draw new conclusions. And final, machine learning to adapt to new circumstances and to detect and extrapolate patterns. So these capabilities are crucial, are essential in order to implement artificial intelligence. Natural language processing, knowledge representation, automated reasoning, and final machine learning. The capability to learn, the machine to learn. Some relations between machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. There are some differences, and I'm trying to, using 2 slides to give you these differences. Artificial intelligence is a much broader field of study than machine learning. Artificial intelligence is all about making machines intelligence using multiple approaches, whereas ML, machine learning, is essentially about one approach. This is one difference, making machines that can learn to perform tasks. Multiple approaches and artificial intelligence, but machine learning using about one approach. And the second, relation of machine learning with deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of methods in the machine learning toolbox primarily using artificial neural networks, ANN, which are a class of algorithms loosely inspired by the human brain. So ANN is closely related with deep learning, but machine learning is something different with deep learning. Some examples of using artificial intelligence in agriculture. Plant disease identification. Many research efforts, many publications, and many operational instruments, operational and mobile machines and mobile environments that can detect plant disease using AI applications. Risk of disease occurrence. Analysis of data and found the risk using artificial intelligence, using some of these technologies, some of these theories, in order to find the risk of disease occurrence in an area, small or much larger. The weed identification, it's a very promising area of application of artificial intelligence in agriculture. We have many apps in our smartphones now that we are using in order to identify weeds. All these apps are using databases and analysis of data in order to find the specific species of a specific weed. Crop yield prediction. Crop yield prediction based on ANN, based on general artificial intelligence. Here is a map of olive tree production. Estimation is a prediction per tree of the olive production per tree. This is the canopy volume estimation per tree again. Number of flowers estimation, and this is also quite known, I think, is the number of fruits estimation using artificial intelligence. Of course, using sensor, use data processing, cloud environment, and the final solution, the final result will be the number of fruits estimation. Oh, now the problem with the climate and weather change, the climate change and the weather situation, so on agriculture. The situation, the climate change will affect growth and yield of a crop, will affect certainly soil erosion. The problem of desertification is huge here in Greece and in many countries all over the world. The irrigation requirements will be affected certainly for the climate change. And of course, the incidence and severity of different diseases. The contribution of digital precision agriculture to the mitigation of climate change effects. Do we need, or what will be the success of using DBT technologies to the climate change? First, the situation, and this is a vice versa situation. While agriculture is affected by climate and weather conditions, it is also one of the economic sectors that impacts climate. This is a problem. But using DBT, we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions, water use of irrigation, fertilizers uses using the VRT technology, and pesticide uses, and all the management in the field that will give some solution in the climate change. Now the second part of my presentation will be some cases using digital precision agriculture, and mainly the spatial approach of digital agriculture. The first step is data collection in the field. Mobile devices for farm data management. We are using mobile devices, and this will be much more implemented in the future. Digital data collection from data on the paper. We are now going data in digital format using mobile applications. What are the benefits? This is the time, cost, and space saving, improved data accuracy, real-time data availability, and faster and easier data processing. These are 4 benefits that gave a big chance to do the digital data collection. And what are the field data processing side? Using mobile devices first for capture, transfer the data, storage the data on cloud or whatever position, and transformation of the data, and finally the analysis of the data. Analysis and the results in real time. In many situations, in real time are the results from the analysis of the data. Field data collection application using mobile devices, store the data in a geodatabase always, in a GIS environment always, using cloud services. This is the building blocks of a data collection plan. And more useful features using mobile application is the first is the digital forms for data inputs, device location, where we obtain device location, we display maps on our mobile, instant mobile smartphone or whatever we are using. We work and collect data offline. This is another benefit of the future of the mobile applications. If actually, for instance, we don't have internet, we don't have connection, we can use our mobile offline and then transfer the data when it will be in connection. And the final, of course, capture photographs. The cloud computing means that instead of all the computer hardware and software, we are sitting on a desktop or somewhere inside our organization network. It's provided as a service by another company and accessed over the internet, usually in a completely seamless way. The geodatabase. The geodatabase integrates the functionality of a database and the ability to store the data of geographical elements. The geographical elements here is essential. The spatial description. The spatial description contains both the geometry, location, shape, and the topology. The spatial relations between elements, such a neighborhood of an element. This is the essential difference of digital agriculture by the spatial approach. The spatial approach in digital agriculture contains these 2 characteristics, the geometry and the topology. Using these 2 characteristics, we can provide sophisticated spatial analysis and enhance our solution by using AI theories. Of course, attributes that spatial elements are described by a set of descriptive attributes, for instance, the name and the area of the field, and some other maybe soil properties, characteristics, values of soil properties, and so on. So this was the description of the building blocks of data collection plan, field data collection, the cloud services, and the geodatabase. And now the second one is sensors, remote sensing, the cultivation and monitoring using remote sensing. We know I think it's quite common that we have active remote sensing and passive remote sensing when we are using a light, a source of light. And there are many acquisition of remote sensing data we're using for the acquisition of the data of remote sensing data, satellites, airplanes, UAV, UAS, and ground sensors. Concerning the satellites, many satellites we are using. We are from many companies, from many countries, but the main characteristic is the resolution of satellite. We have from 30 meters to 30 meters and less, 10 centimeters or something like this now. The difference between UAV and UAS, this slide shows this difference. It's a small difference or it's obscure difference, but I think it's quite easy to understand the difference. UAV, we are referring only to the drone, but when we are talking from a system that contains behind the drone the ground-based controller, who is necessary, of course, and the system of communications between the two, we are talking unmanned aerial system. Applications of UAV in agriculture: crop mapping and monitoring of qualitative and quantitative characteristics, immediate and timely recognition of diseases and weeds, effectiveness of cultivation techniques, fertilization and irrigation, temperature and humidity, spraying, maps using remote sensing data. These are vineyards. This is a winery here. This map is the NDVI map of a vineyard, of vineyards. The area is about 3 hectares. The whole map is about 3 hectares. This is experimental plot trials. 3 by 3 meters is each square. This is NDVI map to the right, and the left is the RGB. It's experimental field here in our agriculture. We are monitoring using remote sensing data. Here is some vegetation maps of vegetation indices in rice cultivation. DBI and MCARI is three different vegetation indices. This is a yield map of rice cultivation. The yield is if we want to transfer to in hectare, we must multiply by 10. So this is the yield is about 50 tons, the highest yield per hectare, and the less yield is 1.2 ton per hectare. In this area, in rice cultivation, which is in North Greece. Now, how can you use the spatial technologies in order to find and to define management and monitoring zones? The example is, which I will present you, is based on vegetation indices after using spatial data analysis. It's a case study of 860 vineyards, totally 200 hectares of area, and the total study area is 4,000 hectares. Vegetation status monitoring, we are using vegetation index and indices, which can tell us about, are based on active chlorophyll. Multi-temporal monitoring in tune from May and August, and you are using also 3 meteorological stations in this area. This is the meteorological station web platform. Here is a vineyard of 1 hectare, around 1 hectare. This is the surface of this vineyard. This is the position and the information that we are presented from one meteorological station. We are using the digital elevation model of the data, which is a type of raster that contains an elevation value for each cell. We combine vineyard topology, the polygon of each vineyard and the dam, in order to create and to find the zonal statistical values of every field, like mean elevation, STD, standard deviation of the elevation, and some differences concerning elevation per vineyard. And this is the classification of the raster into classes of elevation. The 3 groups of elevation we have distinguished here. And another one is some raster products from the digital elevation models, like slope, hillside aspect. This information, these data are quite crucial for vineyard cultivation and vineyard estimation and the difference per field. And we are using for the vegetation indices the Sentinel-2 satellite multispectral image, which has spatial resolution of 10 meters, and we have used the 4 bands: red, green, blue, and near infrared. And the soil adjusted vegetation index is the one index that we have used. We calculated by this formula, which is the NDVI, taking account the soil situation, and we have more clear values when we take account of the influence of the soil. Then we take the SAVI multi-temporal monitoring changes, the changes of these vegetation indices during 3 months of May and August, from May to August. This is the month August. Hotspot analysis of this vegetation indices in order to find some classes of areas, some fields that are quite similar or nearby, or they have many quite difference, although they are very near, using this type of analysis, the hotspot analysis. And finally, using these vegetation indices and this type of analysis of the vegetation indices values, we are creating firstly 6 classes, and finally we created only 4 management zones in this area. As a conclusions concerning the DPA, the digital precision agriculture problems and perspectives. Of course, the target is the holistic approach of digital farming, but in my opinion, it still be difficult, the holistic approach, due to high expenses, due to problem of acquisition of the technologies from the farmers and all these. Partially acceptance and adoption of new digital technologies in agriculture is a realistic scenario. Firstly, irrigation and then fertilization are 2 farming practices that can contribute on the step-by-step scenario by entering in the digital precision agriculture. Is the first 2 approaches: implementation, irrigation, and fertilization. Plant protection is the next factor, the next step, and last is the spatial temporally mapping of yield production, quantitative and quality characteristics. So this is my step-by-step approach in the implementation of DPA, of digital precision agriculture, taking also account the problem of the weather and the climate changes. So if we should immediately start from irrigation, using DPA in irrigation and in fertilization, it's easy then to use, the next step will be to use all these technologies in plant protection, and of course, in order to have historical data, to capture the yield production and restore in a geodatabase. Okay, this is the last slide. Thank you very much. I'm your disposal if any question, in any question. Just a moment.
Over to the chairman, yeah. Thank you, Doctor. I think your voice has not come. Voice is not clear, Dr. Sharma.
Yes.
Is it all right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Professor Calibas. You have given a very nice and comprehensive presentation about all the aspects of AI and that IoT, starting from the GIS and other things to how it can be used for managing crop field and agriculture. So now may I request the participants to raise questions. Some of the questions are already there in the box. So, I mean, can I read those questions first, or I mean, whether Maloya will be reading those questions?
Sir, I can do that. What we
Okay.
we have a very general question from Gautami Kotoki. She says, could you please elaborate Internet of Things with practical implications? I guess it's already clear by the end of this presentation. So would you like to answer to that?
Okay, I read just a moment. Yes. The first question, if I have a work especially for a subtropical monsoonal region like northeastern India. No, unfortunately, I don't be involved. I don't have any project related to this area.
Sir, if I may add, I think for the northeastern region, IIT Guwahati has already worked on climate vulnerability assessment. So there is an exhaustive data already reported from IIT Guwahati, IIT Mandi, and IISc Bangalore. So I think that would be, yeah, I had one question, sir, as to that would be for both the speaker and the chairman. If we want to go for a vulnerability assessment say at a regional level, now we have data from district level resolution. So if we have to go for a block level resolution, what are the main requirements when we go from a lower resolution to a higher resolution requirement?
The first requirement going from low resolution to high resolution is the sensors, and you should use a very detailed spatial cell size, so that you should use UAV and UES and not satellite data. This is the first. If you want to go in high resolution, and then is to, of course, the first step is to make a survey in order to see the variability of the different land resources data, the soil variability, the climate variability, in order to avoid avoid some expenses. First, we need to see exactly if the scale of the soil and climate variability, and these both are based on topography, and in order to decide in which extent, how many sensors we need from soil data capture and for monitoring soil and from climate monitoring, and finally, this is for monitoring the vegetation monitoring. If you want to go to a high resolution, you need to use platforms with provide high analysis, cell analysis. So cameras that are a UAV carry 40 to 100 meters in order to have high resolution concerning the development of the cultivation of specific field.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we have questions from Karanjit Tripura. He says, how can a person with limited financial condition start precision agriculture farm with a minimum investment? What are the basic essential instruments and tools that is important for a starter? And the second question we have from Mamta Bhattacharjee. She says that the big data potential for adaptation research is sizable. So they have huge data sets that provide a high degree of statistical power, but sometimes simplification and reduction of the data sets are needed to make them more manageable. The meaningful signals are then masked or lost. So what are the approaches to handle such a situation?
Okay, thank you. The first question, what are basic essential instruments and tools that is important for a starter? I think the last slide I saw gave the answer. It's quite easy and concerning the investment to use some soil sensors and climate weather station in order to estimate exactly the irrigation needs, irrigation demands, and to differentiate the irrigation per field or inside the field. So design an irrigation system based on sensors and climate data. And this is quite easy. You don't need a high investment. And then you can use a sensor, monitor on a tractor, monitor on a machine in order to see. It's a ground sensor, but you can detect the development and the healthy situation of your cultivation in the field. And this is a sensor, remote sensing sensor, but mounted on a machine or autonomous machine or a tractor machine, and you can distinguish. It's a cheap sensor. The problem is if you can translate the data that capture this sensor in answers in solution concerning fertilization and or pesticides use. But the sensor is quite cheap, and you can do this. You can mount and you can have data in real time. So that I think is the basic essential instrument for a starter. Started from a weather station and some sensors, ground sensors concerning soils situation and leafness, wetness, and all this.
Okay, sir, there is one more question from Dr. Rajiv Dekar.
The second question, the big data potential for adaptation research is sizable. Of course, the big data is sizable. We have huge data sets. And of course, the question is sometimes we need simplification or reduction of the data sets are needed, make them more manageable. There are some filters, statistical filters, using temporal and spatial dimension. This is always when I'm talk about DPAs, the spatial dimension. Some specific filters that we can eliminate or we can simplify the data based on spatial differences and temporal differences. So these kind of filters, when we analyze the data, our data, we can we can take account, we can manage this size of this big data, this enormous big data. So the solution is to use some filters based on spatial and temporal similarities and dissimilarities characteristics.
So we have another 3 questions from Dr. Rajiv Deka. He says, is small and fragmented land holding a problem in digital agriculture? Professor I.S. Katagrisa asked that what is the response of European farmers in the adoption of precision farming? And Dr. Sudipta Shankar Bora has asked, can a changing climate be a boon for previously underprivileged areas for agricultural practices? Is there any study which has reported scopes of such areas and potential leverages from adopting new crops?
Okay, thank you. Starting from the second question, what is the response of European farmers in the adaptation of precision farming? I think it's quite promising. The answer is quite promising. I think we have a percentage of for 5 to 20% adaptation of precision farming in different European countries. In North European countries, the adaptation is around 16 to 25%. In South European is less, but it's quite promising. It's quite promising.
Hang on. Let me interfere here because as you said, say around 20% of the farmers are involved in using artificial intelligence in farming. This is say for agricultural production, or it is also with the say post-harvest management. Artificial intelligence in post-harvest management, basically for during the storage of the food grains, and also I think more importantly, though it is not related to today's presentations maybe, but how artificial intelligence is being used for marketing, because though we are talking about digital era, even the vegetable sellers, they are using the mobiles, but how smart our farmers are, how aware our farmers are about the e-market or artificial intelligence in marketing, because which is very, very important. We are talking about now that bitcoins are being traded globally without having a coin, existing coin, but we are still unable to motivate our farmers for e-marketing system. I think artificial intelligence has a big role to play in that particular sector.
Thank you. I need to first I want to clarify something about the percentage. About the percentage that I referred, the 25% refers to for using at least one of the digital precision agriculture technologies. One of the digital precision agriculture technologies, and of course not a holistic approach. One, the GPS or the DGPS is one of digital precision agriculture for me technology, using the digital, the GPS and the coordinates in order to facilitate, in order to manage and to implement agriculture practices. So the percentage refers at least to one digital precision agriculture technologies applied in European countries. And the second, the artificial intelligence, the second point is concerning the acquisition and concerning the approach, the possibility that the farmers are in a situation to use all these digital technologies. Unfortunately, they are not in a situation. They are not familiar with all these instruments and all these technologies, unfortunately. And this is the problem. This is a problem for a challenge to us to to try to find solutions and to try to educate and to try to at least the young farmers, but the problem is with the old farmers, to use all these technologies. If we succeed in this domain, the implementation of the DPA technology in agriculture will be fast and very in the near future. We will have 50 or 60% of the using of these technologies. But the problem is, on this point, is not the farmers are not familiar to use all these technologies, and they need support from agriculture, from scientists to use all these technologies. And in our university, the first step is to try all the scientists that are working in the primary sector be familiar, quite familiar, to implement all these technologies. This is the first step. If all the scientists of the agriculture and of the that are working in the primary sector, then we have managed. We have the first step. We succeed to solve the first step of these difficulties. So it's a step-by-step approach in order to find solutions to use these technologies, because the science and the scientists are going very fast concerning the adoption of these technologies from the farmers. This is a serious problem. And finally, concerning the AI implementation in not in the storage, in the food chains, and all these. Really, I don't have enough information concerning this. There are here in my country and in European countries some companies that are working on this topic. They are provide services and technologies in this topic, but I think the implementation in the food chain, in the using artificial intelligence, is not so. We need much more time.
Thank you. I think we are running our sort of time now. Molaya, right? Because we had to start the brainstorming session also. So I would leave the floor to the chairman to conclude. Yeah. So sorry about the other students, those who have questions, what you can do, like you can put your questions in the, system, and then we'll collect those questions. Molaya will collect those questions, and then those questions will be sent to the, presenters, the invited speakers, and they will answer you later. Thank you very much. So floor to the chairman, please. Yeah. You are muted. Dr. Sharma, you are muted. You are muted.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
So I also request all to put their question so that, the speaker can respond to all those questions. As the time constraint is there, we'll have to stop here. And there are a lot of opportunity on this particular topic, and that we can discuss in some other time when we'll be having more time to discuss on this kind of topic. So thank you very much, Professor, for giving a very elaborate presentation and responding to each and every question very nicely. I'm sure the participants are greatly benefited. So thank you once again, Professor Calibers. And then please join for a big hand for Professor Calibers.
Thank you very much, also. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Calibers, as well as Professor Sharma. Yes, over to Molaya. Yep.
I sincerely thank the chairperson, Professor Arup Kumar Sharma, for presiding over this section, and special thanks to the speaker, Professor Calibers, for enlightening us on this topic. And why we are really interested in this topic is because we really want to bring in this technology to this part of the country, and we are striving hard, and it's difficult to get the technology from Greece. So we are lucky to have a startup group here who have made that effort here, and that is called the Expert Technologies Private Limited. Siddharth Bora is representing that, and we will listen to him during the brainstorming session. So thank you to the speaker and the chairman. We will now begin with the brainstorming session. So the brainstorming session is on sustainability of AdaptNet, and I invite our national Indian coordinator, Professor Vidyut Kumar Sharma, to kindly moderate this part of the webcon.
Okay, thank you very much. So we would like to start here the brainstorming session. Basically, actually, our idea was both Dr. Andreas, myself, and Molaya we discussed, and also our Indian partners we discussed that whatever the grants that we have obtained from European Commission through this AdaptNET program, and that has to be sustained. For the training that we have provided to the scientists, as well as training we are going to provide to our students, that should benefit eventually the farming community. Of course, the capacity building is one of the major objectives of our AdaptNET program. But through this capacity building, whether the trained scientists would be able to help the farming community, and also the students are getting benefited because we have already started the e-learning courses in 3 of our partner institutions: Assam Agricultural University, Tezpur University, and University of Agricultural Sciences Dharwad. So through these e-laboratories, the courses on ClimateSmart Technologies, ClimateSmart Agriculture is being offered. So I'm sure the students are getting benefited. But now, to benefit our society, especially the agri communities and also the agripreneurs, we have to bring in more grants, more funds, so that the specific programs can be implemented in the field. So looking into that, we requested the scientists, those who were trained, to submit some concepts in 5 minutes time for each of them, and they have formed a group now. I have seen that from different institutions, like from University of Agricultural Sciences, there are 2 concept project, and then 2 project concepts, and then from Tezpur University there are 2, from Assam Agricultural University there are 3, I think, right? And then yes, and 1 from the AgriSmart Technologies Private Limited, and 1 from the Christy Kothia 1 NGO. So I'm not sure how many of them will be presented today, but at least I'd like to request the first presenter, Dr. Vasavaras Vegavadi from University of Agricultural Science. Please be brief. You need only maximum 2 or 3 slides to show your concept. And I'm happy to tell you that out of these, 1 project has already been submitted to the funding agency, and DBT, the funding agency, Indian funding agency. So that will be discussed by Dr. Molaya. Anyway, so first concept note, please. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I request our experts to give their views so that they can further improvise their concept, and then for writing the full proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, and others. Good afternoon to all. Molaya, are my slides visible?
Your slides are visible, sir. Could you put it in the slideshow mode?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Basavaraj Bagavadi. I am one of the 10 faculty trainees from UAS Dharwad, trained in Italy and Greece on ClimateSmart Agriculture. And at Dharwad, the AdaptNET team is at UAS Dharwad, the team is led by Professor Ayes Katagiri, and we, the 10 faculty, are from different disciplines, from agricultural economics, forestry, agronomy, genetics, crop physiology, and biotechnology. And for the as we know that the project is going to be ended soon in November 2021 or soon. So regarding the sustainability, we all the team leader and faculty, we sat together and discussed, and we came to we finalized few points. And today I would like to show what we are doing for the sustainability. I guess the slide is visible. Regarding the component one, we are highlighting on the capacity building for the stakeholders. Our stakeholders are...
Sir, can you make it slideshow?
Yeah, slideshow, and can
Is
you...
it visible?
No, not yet. Yeah, still, yeah, I could see all the slide. Yeah.
Yes.
A slideshow mode. Put it in a slideshow.
Oh.
And I'll be very much stick to the timing. Okay.
Okay. I have only 2 slides.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I guess the slide is visible here. It shows.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so our major stakeholders are our undergraduate and postgraduate students, and majority of the trainees are also faculty. So what we have done at Dharwad is we have updated the existing courses, 3 UG courses and 6 master's courses with the topics related to the climate smart agriculture. And for this purpose we utilized our training in both in Europe, as well as we got the materials, teaching materials in the form of PPT slides and other materials that we are utilizing to teach, to make the undergraduate students aware about the climate change problems. Here we are focusing on the how to mitigate the climate change problems associated with. So how to adapt and mitigate that. For that purpose, we are using the various novel technologies like crop modeling, GIS, next-gen sequencing, and genome editing using CRISPR-Cas and etc. So this is about in our university there are around 2,000 undergraduate students and 1,000 master's students, and we are covering majority of them. That is one aspect. Coming to the second stakeholders are farmers. So farmers, our university is don't deal with much with the farmers, but we work with our state Department of Agriculture, and with the officials of the Agriculture Department, we visit regularly once or twice a month to the farmer contact centers, and we make the farmers aware about the the agricultural practices to overcome the problems related to climate change. And we focus particularly on to use the improved varieties and also the technologies for pest and disease management, as well as the major focus is on soil and water management, so that we can get the yield after several years. And other than these farmers and students, we also give invited talks to the other scientific people outside our university, outside our state, and as a resource persons, all the faculty we give invited talks on the related topics. And other than training the students in the university, we also train the students in the farmers field. In the last semester of their degree program, the students work with the farmers in their field, and there also we act as a bridge between students as well as the farmers for the dissemination of these technologies. And finally, also we have the farm fairs, state fairs, every year we organize, and there also we exhibit our newer technologies. And finally, we utilize the e-lab, AdaptNET e-lab, and this lab has been made open to all the students in the campus. We have put the notices at several places to utilize these resources in the form of audiovisual aids, computers, bioinformatics facility. And I would like to say here that, so for these activities, we don't need any special funding here. So for most of these activities, the university is providing the core funding. And eLab is also self-sustainable. Even after the project, it will be sustainable. So with this, I would like to show these are the courses, the diverse courses, 3 UG courses and 6 PG courses. And here I would like to show some of the photographs. Here, all the 10
your
trainees
slides
are
are not moving. Your slides are not moving. Anyway, we have come to know, what you'd like to emphasize in. That's fine. Yeah. But my question is that, whatever the approaches you have been mentioning, this is already going on. These are already going on. Say extension activities, undergraduate courses, postgraduate courses, and then, courses through the e-labs. These are all ongoing, programs in the university. What is next? What would you like to, put up here? Your next, strategy to sustain the whole AdaptNet, program.
Sir, as Professor Shailendra Kumar in the morning said, that we have to have the plans at the local levels. For example, last week I visited a village, Panchayat, and there the officials from different developmental departments were there. And there we are making in the initial phase to make them aware what technologies we have. And I think technology is the best solution for.
Yeah, that is fine, but your concept should have had, certain steps, specific steps that you are going to, bring in for sustainability of this whole program, and how to materialize those steps should have been discussed. Anyway, experts, other experts may also comment on your presentation, and then we'll move to the next one. Dr. Katagiri, and then Dr. Borua and others, or European partners, do you have any comment, please? Are they here? I'm not sure. Dr. Katagiri, are you here? Or you have already left? Or he has already left? Dr. Borua?
Yeah, what I have seen, it's okay that there are activities which could be linked, I think, with these infrastructures, and then capacity building is obtained or gained for this. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think that is being shown, and maybe, as you have rightly said, maybe some of the your complete formal program, how could you use these facilities beyond this project period? That may require a streamlining, or this could be. These are the activities, already going activities, but how could you connect it to this AdaptNet labs as well as the capacity building that is being received through these 10 faculty members in that case? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Katagiri, do you have any comment? I think he has left. Any other European partners? Oh. Okay, please. Hello.
Hello, sir. Can I speak?
Yes. Who is? Yes. The presenter.
Sir. Yeah. Sorry.
This is fine. This is fine. Presenter. You just now listen to the comments, whatever we are putting, and then accordingly you can think further. Okay. Because because of the shortage of the time, we have to manage like that. Okay. Yeah. Please. Any other expert comments? Otherwise, we will move to the next one.
So I think Professor Andreas has raised his hand.
Okay, Dr. Andreas, please. Yes, Dr. Andreas. I think. Hello. The presenter, could you please, put off your slides? We do not need the slides anymore. You can, yeah.
Okay.
Now I have seen some, switchboards. Why have I seen all these? I have not seen anyone except some.
Mr. Shashidhara, could you please turn off your video?
Yeah, please turn off your videos. And Dr. Katagiri, please. Sorry, Dr. Andreas, please. Andreas. I think some extra video is on. I do not know why it is so. Yeah. Please. Yeah. No, I have seen Katagiri now. But Andreas is vanished. Where has he gone? Andreas?
I think there's a problem with the mic, Professor Andreas.
Okay. Okay, and then we can definitely have his suggestions through in writing maybe later on. Okay, Dr. Katagiri, do you want to say something? Some advice from your.
Actually, when we discuss, since we are talking on a sustainability, the capacity building is a continuous program. That is absolutely not a problem. But as far as what is exactly your idea is that these have to submit now some proposals, research proposals. Put on capacity building as well as on research. That's what exactly all of us want also, and we have been discussing on that. Only thing is for capacity building, they have together, and the funding opportunities are there in DBT for capacity building. I think you guide us so that these guys can apply for DBT for capacity building. As far as research is concerned, I think one more is going to present on research activity. What are the research activity? What kind of project they are submitting? That he is going to present. One more Patil is going to present, I think.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Because what Dr. Bhagyawadi is present is presented only on teaching aspects and extension activities. I asked them to present made in two different groups. One is on capacity building, another was on research. In capacity building, of course, these are continuous process of universities. They continue to do that. That's not a problem. But as you rightly said, if we want to add some more, if you strengthen our e-lab, then these people have to write one project on capacity building. So I request kindly you also to help us some funding agency where we can do that. That's what exactly. And the next person is going to talk on research and research and projects also. Okay.
Okay. So next Dr. Patil, would like to hear from you for 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes, Dr. Patil, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, are my slides visible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, I'm Dr. M.D. Patil, AdaptNET trainee from EACEA Dharwad. So basically, we have made our sustainability components in line with the AdaptNET objectives. One was strengthening education and another was strengthening research. And the first one was dealt based on strengthening education by Dr. Bhagyawadi. And I'm now taking you through what we are doing in terms of research to take this AdaptNET as a system. So in this, these are some of the projects actually, which in this some of the projects are already funded. We submitted based on the knowledge what we gained through AdaptNET training and the literature. I just want to highlight some of the projects. The first project is on sorghum crop, which is one of the very important crop of this region. In this crop, this project actually intended to develop drought-tolerant sorghum genotypes. And very important component we have included is farmers participatory approach in this. So farmers will be trained and capacity building come research. This project focuses on both. And this is already funded by Government of India. That is one thing. And another crop, the project which is again funded by Government of India on chickpea crop towards developing both drought tolerant and disease. Like Fusarium wilt is one of the important disease on this crop. So we are focusing to develop drought and wilt tolerant chickpea genotypes. Again, in this project, we have included the training where we'll call upon selected farmers and then we'll train them on sustainable farming system. So this is already again funded by Government of India. And we have started both these projects implementation in this year. And then another project already funded by National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development India, that is NABARD, on smart farming solutions for sustainable agriculture, wherein the focus will be on crop water and nutrient status monitoring, satellite image capturing and analysis,
And with all this, the very important component we have included is farm advisory services to the farmers. In the morning session, Dr. Biju Sharma sir was highlighting about the nanotechnology. Here, one of the projects which is intended to bring some lights on next generation fertilizers, that is nano fertilizers. This project is again submitted and got funded by a fertilizer giant in India, that is IFCO, wherein our plans to know the effect of this foliar application of nano fertilizers and on nutrient use efficiency, along with some of the impacts of climate change, that is drought, and we also have included a component of working out economics. And then another very important project which is submitted now. We are actually awaiting for the funding from National Agricultural Science Fund on conservation agriculture, and also we have included a very important component of aspects of climate change mitigation. Probably, we are very hopeful to get these funds. So these are the projects where we have, they will go as funded by the external funding agencies. Some of them are already funded, and one is submitted for funding. Along with this, we have also submitted proposals to our institution, that is our university, looking into the importance of our project proposal. They are also already funded actually through institutional fund. In that, we have one project on empowerment of rural women, where we have included to give the knowledge through on sustainable agriculture and nutrition aspects to the rural women, so that we know that rural women contribution in the agriculture is very much. And these are the next slide, where we have like 4 research components which are listed. So all these 4 are actually concentrating on conservation of forest and encouraging agroforestry component for sustainable agriculture. So luckily we had 2 of our trainees from forestry stream, and they are taking care of this 4 projects, that is on carbon sequestration and long-term vegetation plot studies, and studies on identify resilient agroforestry models, which is really gaining importance nowadays. And also there is a study on prioritization of conservation areas for threatened plants. So these are 4 projects towards conservation of forest. And another very important project funded by our institution, where we want to diversify the inputs for organic farming, because nowadays we know that government is really promoting organic farming a lot to make agriculture sustainable. In that line, can we use these distillery products which are otherwise causing impacts on climate and impacts on the environment, leading to negatively impacting our agriculture. So this project intends to use these distillery products as input for organic farming. So this is again we have proposed and already got funding from our institution. This is being implemented now. And we have also included some of the projects where we have to go for economic impact assessment of some of the crop varieties and the technologies. Here I am mentioning only one, where we want to go for crop impact assessment in a particular crop variety. But along with this, we have also formulated some of the these go as a project actually tenure based in a project mode. They will be implemented from this year onwards. And then these are some of the PG research programs we have formulated based on the knowledge what we gained from AdaptNET trainings. So here there are a series of research programs already formulated on various aspects related to climate change, like for example heat tolerance in groundnut and nutritional aspects in groundnut again. And this is one project developing transgenic chili resistant to leaf curl virus. It is based on we are going to use the latest technology, that is genome editing, in this project. And again some of the programs are intended to develop disease tolerant genotypes in various crops. And here I was mentioning about economic impact assessment on various cropping systems. So this is actually we are intending to bring the sustainability with economically feasible technology. That's our intention. And we have also formulated, and now PG program started with the crop weather relationship in millet-based oilseed-based intercropping systems, and in other crops also like chickpea and pigeon, which are important crops of our region. Just to understand, to have a strategy of adaptation to climate change through enhanced knowledge. And again, we have projects formulated on agronomic biofortification, with again here we are bringing a component of nano fertilizers towards moving towards conservation agriculture. And the knowledge which we gained through AdaptNET trainings on advanced molecular technologies, we are again utilizing that, and we have formulated research programs in that line, wherein one of the research programs in a planet is gene expression profiling for drought tolerance in one of the important crops of this region, that is chickpea, towards developing drought tolerant chickpea varieties. And then again, we know that climate change, because of climate change, we have delayed monsoons and erratic rainfalls and getting extended, and rabi crop, especially the chickpea, is one of the important crops here. This is sown late and it is ending up with the terminal drought. In that sense, actually, we are formulating the program to identify early maturing chickpea genotypes with higher productivity towards adaptation to climate change. So these all research PG research programs are already approved by our university and are supported through institutional funds. Okay, so this is in just about how we have planned to take AdaptNET in future, making it sustainable through external funded projects and also institutional funds. So these are some glimpses of this projects which are implementing, and I thank the organizers and coordinators for giving me this opportunity to present our view on the sustainability component on research aspects. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patil. You have shown us, various ongoing programs in your organizations, which are related directly or indirectly with the climate smart agriculture. But I would still say that our idea was to present a specific concept, focusing on a specific concept where you perhaps needed the advice, tips from the experts. That was the idea. But anyway, I'm happy to see that a lot of programs are going on. And then you guys, after getting trained in European organizations as well as in EACEA, you have been adopting various climate smart agriculture programs in your institutions. But I have a question, like suppose you have talked about chickpea varieties development for drought tolerance as well as chickpea varieties development for, say, short duration chickpea varieties. There are already short duration varieties available, suppose say JG 14, JG 11. These are short duration varieties, about 80 days duration. And similarly, drought tolerant chickpea varieties are also reported, from EACEA. Rajiv Varshney's group has already reported. So what sort of further improvement are you looking for, and how? That's the question. Suppose perhaps you would have asked the experts for such things. So if I asked you the question, what sort of further improvement over the currently available genotypes, how and how do you go for that? Yeah, thank you.
Sir, actually you mentioned about early maturing genotypes. The most of the varieties which we presently being cultivated in our region hover around 98 to 105 days duration, and probably if we bring down at least a week to 10 days early genotypes with significant loss of yield, and this delay in monsoon for week to 10 days can be taken care. Otherwise, what is happening, the most of the varieties which we go for delayed sowing because of the delayed monsoon onset, and then they will end up with terminal drought.
That we have understood.
Yes.
Suppose you said in your region 80 to 90 days varieties or 98 days varieties are available, and you would like to further shortening down or reducing down the duration. How? What kind of approach you are going to take? Simple breeding approach, or where are the genotypes? For, say, do you have any genotypes available for 70 days? What kind of approach you are going to adopt?
Just for a moment.
Yes, please.
Like Dr. Sharmaji, sir, yes. Actually what has been done is, since the question was how sustainable, whether these trainees are really involved in climate smart agriculture or not was the question. That's why they have simply listed their activity, and these are all these projects are developed by them only. That too very recently. They are not ongoing projects. All these are they have developed and they are approved and they are submitted. Is one thing.
Yeah,
And
we are very
if at
happy
all
to see
if you
them.
want to no.
Now,
Yeah,
we
if
are
at all
very
if you
happy
want
to see them, Dr.
yeah,
Kanagi, we are very happy to see them. My question
yeah.
is that, focusing on a specific area or specific things, suppose, if they need any suggestions for all these
No,
things,
definitely.
if Dr.
Definitely.
Patil could ask for certain suggestions, tips. That is why now if they focus on a specific program, suppose this is the most, say vulnerable things, or most, say major stress because of climate change, and we are trying to improve, improve upon that, and how to do that, how to go ahead that,
Yeah,
Okay.
I understood, sir. Yeah, I certainly agree, sir. But what we shall do is we'll have one more one day session where all these projects can be in detail technically discussed, so that we invite one or two experts so that they can advise us.
Thank you. So any other experts, do they have any comment? Yeah. On this presentation, any comments from other experts? Yeah. Okay. If not, then we'll move to the next presentation from Tezpur University, Dr. Nirmali Gogoi and Dr. Ishan Kalita. Dr. Nirmali Gogoi, please. Thank you, Dr. Patil and the group.
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation is from Dr. Nirmali Gogoi from Tezpur University.
My slides are visible. Hello, am I audible? Yes, sir.
You are audible. Yes.
Ma'am, you're audible. Slides are visible.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Slides are visible.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Apart from running a course on climate change mitigation, energy management for crop-based livelihood, we are trying to do some work on mitigation part of climate change. So in that aspect, biosar can be one of the useful soil amendment. So it is a kind of little bit not so popular among the farmers, but many research work has been done in the laboratory, and it has been proved that any organic material can be used as a raw material or feed for biosar. And when it is spiralized, the biosar is produced. And the produced biosar, if it is used as a soil amendment, it has a positive impact on reduction of greenhouse gases, carbon sequestration, improve soil physicochemical properties, and also it acts as an adsorbent. By that property, it can help in binding of some of the toxic heavy metals in the soil and not allow it to be plant available form. And as it improves the soil physicochemical properties, the nutrient status of the soil will be improved and crop yield is enhanced. And more particularly, biosar is basically alkaline in nature. We have done little bit work on biosar, and we have seen that it is a little bit alkaline in nature, which is a positive sign to apply in our soil, because our soil is slightly acidic in nature. So that can be one of the options. And but when thinking about biosar to use agro waste both on farm as well as off farm, we all know that we are generating so much waste in the agriculture, both on farm and off farm, and these wastes are responsible many a time. They are the cause of delaying the farming activity in the farm, or a farmer they opt for burning it rather than management and not able to manage it properly, and they choose burning, and burning itself creates again so many hazards. So that can be taken as a raw material or a feedstock to produce biosur. And here actually many things are not so clear. For example, the moisture content of the feedstock. What should be the moisture content of the feedstock before used as a in the pyrolyzer? And also, the production technology. This is the conventional, very raw conventional method. There are some, advanced methods are there. Pyrolyzers are there. They are costly. We cannot advise the farmers to, opt for those. So this is very raw method of, production. So interventions are also there. Here we can, improvise it so that yield of the biosur will be increased, because right now we are not getting mass yield with this particular technology, with this particular method. And also intervention is required, because according to the type of the feedstock, we know different feedstocks, even on farm, off farm also, when I say, so it is also different in nature. So based upon the nature of those feedstock, we must have to finalize, or we have to optimize the temperature, also time requirement to get the appropriate required characteristics of the biosur, or also inlet to ignite in the system. Actually, I forgot to tell is that the why biosur is so giving so many advantages, because biosur has some very critical property which is not normally seen in other amendments. Now organic agriculture is given emphasis everywhere, and where actually biosur can be one of the good entity. Because you see, the biosur is porous in nature. That is a very good property for dry land agriculture. Because water, when we apply biosur, it automatically increases the water holding capacity of the soil. Apart from binding, and it has many functional groups in its surfaces, and those functional groups always help in binding of the metals, heavy metals. We all know now our all agricultural soils are polluted with many of the metals because of the pesticides and fertilizer application, and also irrigation. So that can be minimized with proper application of the biosur. And another important thing is that the dose, at what rate we are going to apply the biosur, that has not been optimized. That need to optimize according to the soil type, crop type. That need to work. There is lack of work in that particular sector, and moreover, little bit work has been done on long-term effect of the biosur. So what will happen to the soil if we apply it for a long period of time? So those needs to be clarified.
Nimali, you are taking much time actually. We
this
gave
is all,
you only
sir.
5
So
minutes.
this is
so
my
please.
presentation is over, sir.
Okay.
I have done.
Okay. You are done.
Yeah.
So the floor is now open for discussion. Any comments from the experts, in this particular line? Are there any experts to advise further? Nimali, are you planning to submit this as a project or what? May I know?
Actually, yes, sir. Yeah, if I can get for answering those questions, if I get partners, definitely I am interested to.
Are you looking for some partners?
Yeah, I'm looking for some partners.
Who are they?
No, definitely from our university, engineering people are there. They can help us in this sector, not temperature control, time control, or whatever. And agricultural people are required actually to see that the exact crop requirement, and for which crop, which soil, how much it needs to be applied. Those kind of fixation.
Some agronomist. You need some.
Yeah, agronomist or soil
Yes.
scientist. Yes.
Dr. S.B. Patil from Bijapur. Dr. S.B. Patil, can you interact?
Yeah, definitely, sir.
So
Yeah,
Professor
Dr. Patil.
Posey also has some questions.
Hello. Yeah,
Yes.
I
Patil.
do have a comment actually. I don't know
Yes,
whether you are aware of the Biochar Plus project and the network, which is funded by the European Commission, and they developed some stoves for the production of the biochar, which are pyrolytic stoves with
I
high
was not
efficiency.
Okay.
Okay, so I will send you. I actually cannot send it in privately to you, so I will send to everyone the link to the website. If you want to interact with those guys, please let me know. I will introduce you to them. Maybe you want to discuss with them. Sure.
Yeah, that sort of advice, or connections we need. Yeah. Thank you, Carlo. Yeah. Any other comments? Comments from Dr. Patil? Yeah, as suggested by Dr. Katagiri.
Yes, madam, this is a very good concept. Dr. Lal is working since many years.
I have connection with him. I have connection.
Exactly. Yeah. When I was with him, I could see, and he was working on carbon sequestration. This is a good aspect. Usually, we have huge biomass, the unwanted, maybe the weed or some, spiny, wood. We cannot use it for other purpose. We can use very well this one as a contributor to the carbon sequestration. Here, only thing is, when quantifying, it's very difficult. Our carbon, organic matter content in our soil is very low, and sometimes, if you want to bring back, it's not possible in couple of years, 2-3 years. We have to follow this practice like a 5 year, 10 year, something like that.
Long-term experiments are needed.
In that case, how sustainably we can use and whether we'll get the biomass from rural, we have to think that one as well. Madam.
Yes. Biomass, you are talking about the biomass, that feedstock.
Yes, availability of biomass and how much need to be applied, that we have to quantify that one.
That was also one of my questions, no?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not possible, you bring your organic carbon in a couple of years, takes time, anyhow, is in our part, the land holding and other things are.
No, actually, what happened is that the organic carbon, which is there in the biosphere, that is mostly, hard in nature. That is, the labile carbon is very less there. So that's the reason why it sequesters carbon. That is the mechanism.
Okay, yeah, well.
Okay, so if there is no more question, then I thank Dr. Nirmali. Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
so
sir.
we'll move to the next one by Ratul Kumar Borua from Tezpur University.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you can see my screen, I think. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So I will be talking about artificial neural network based smart flood surveillance system, and that is aimed for agriculture sustainability. And this is somehow related to this project of AdaptNET. So flood is one of the major natural disasters in India, and more especially in Assam. So we are witnessing this from long years. So it is very high time for searching a solution, at least from my point of research. So a flood in general is a combination of outcome of two processes. One is hydrological and meteorological. So here we will be concentrating on the effects or the parameters that deal with the meteorological conditions. So you can see the system here. The system has three parts: hardware part, the ANN part, and the mobile application part. So it's basically a real-time early flood monitoring cum warning system that is designed for flood-prone areas, with the using the embedded system, that is the hardware part, the artificial neural network, and at the end we'll use some mobile app so that the farmers and the people which are who are residing near rivers, they get information about the early flood. So the embedded system comprises of three main components. One is sensor network, another is computing or transmission unit, and another is the database or the application network. The real-time information of flood conditions is supervised remotely via a wireless network using transmitters and receivers, all that. Data obtained from the hardware system is stored in a cloud, and that is compared with the real-time data of rainfall, then temperature, water level, etc., that are collected from the meteorological centers. So here we collected the data from Tezpur Meteorological Center. So the network decides whether there is an emergency depending on the water level, and send the information as a text message to the people nearby the rivers. Also, based on the data that we obtain from the hardware system, we feed this input to the artificial neural network part. Now ANN will decide whether there is a probability of flood in the coming days or coming years based on the data that we got from the hardware part. Now, before that, based on the data that we got from the hardware part, we train the data using the ANN part, whether the existing data that we are observing are correct or wrong using the ANN algorithms. Now, if we see the percentage of accuracy is very good, maybe in our case we got till 98%, then we can probably go for deciding the probability of flood in the coming years. Maybe in this example we tested a set of data for last 10 years from 2010 to 2019, and we trained the data, and based on that we have experimented for the coming years, 2020, something like that. I will show you some results. And the last part is based on the ANN results, we will develop a mobile app. The mobile app will tell us the parameters like temperature, rainfall, the water level, or probability of flood, everything on the mobile app, okay, for today or tomorrow. Now in this case, the accuracy of results depends on the number of years of data. If we take more years of data, then the accuracy is good. Probably I will show you some results. So this is the result that we took from our hardware system, and we compared it with the data that we collected from the meteorological centers. So the black and the red line, so it is almost kind of coinciding with the meteorological centers, except very few points. Of course, this data is only for 2019. Now if we take more years of data, then complexity increases. So this is the AN model that we designed. So for the time being, we took 3 parameters as input, like temperature, humidity, and rainfall. Okay, so which time probably we can input more parameters as inputs, and this is the result of AN output. We did it for water level. Okay, so you can see very clearly it's almost kind of coinciding, except few points. Okay, so again there are two things. So in this example we took the average in a particular month. For example, last 10 years data we experimented. So for example, in the month of June, okay, or in the month of July, we took the average temperature or average rainfall, etc., etc. So we are also doing the same thing with every possible day. Okay, for example, today 28th of July, if I do some experiment from last 20 years, so I will have data from last 20 years of this data. Okay, so we have collected that. It's a huge data. So problem is to take a decision from a large data. Okay, so probably we'll find some solution to get the exact decision from those data, and we are working on that. So this is all about the work that I'm planning to submit in some funding agency. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Borua. Which funding agency you are looking for, or you are thinking about?
Yeah, no. Currently, I have not written the project at length, and we are just kind of in a talking person, probably DBT or somewhere else.
No,
nothing is decided.
Yeah, my suggestion is that when you develop a concept, go as per the calls given by different funding agencies. Look at the funding agencies first. You have the problems in your hand, okay, but now when you develop a concept proposal to solve that particular problem or whatever, to gain something, then you look for the funding agencies, if there are any ongoing calls available, and accordingly, if you develop the concept note and then full proposal, that will definitely help you. Otherwise, if you submit in general to any funding agencies, then this will take long time for taking any decision. Okay, so if you go as per the calls, this is always helpful. Okay, that's my suggestion. I'm not an expert in this area, so if there are expert comments from the experts available here, so please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Or do you have any questions, or do you like to know from the experts your doubts, whether should you go for this particular approach or some other approach, that kind of things. Basically you could have put some questions at the end that how to make it more say acceptable for the any funding agencies. Okay, so that was the idea. Anyway, comments from the experts. Yeah, maybe Devin Borwa or some other experts, European experts. Any comment?
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Sir, which is the platform you are using to analyze the training data set?
Platform means?
No. Which tool?
No. See, hardware part is as I showed you, it consists of basically sensors. For example, rain sensor, humidity sensor, then water level sensor, all that. Okay, so we have some embedded systems, Arduinos and all that micro.
You are using Arduino.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So then, yeah.
Do you feel so that is a means advanced version of the Raspberry, or?
No. See, this is the very initial version, right? This is the very initial version, and we have experimented the data that we got from meteorological centers, and yeah, the hardware system that we designed is working very fine. And after that, lockdown started, and probably we'll start trying more kind of advanced systems or to have the more accurate results. Okay, and the ANN part also that we experimented is giving very nice results till now, and currently working on the app part. Yeah.
Okay. For pilot studies, so you used any specific platform tool to analyze
for the ANN.
At least to handle the training.
Yeah. See, there are many platforms. Actually, we do such kind of projects as MTech or BTech. Okay, so recently we kind of designed some helmet system and recently been patented. Okay, so for us, I think there are many things that we have with us, so it's fine for that. But for us.
Okay. What about our European coordinator, Dr. Andreas? Are you available here, Dr. Andreas? I have not seen you. Hello.
Andreas has some issues with the connection.
Okay, he is having some issues with the connections. Okay. Anyway, Dr. Carlo is there. Do you have any comments, or we can move to the next one otherwise?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Borwa, for presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And then there was some discussion, so you can take care of your project further. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So next, Dr. Tankeshwar Nath from Assam Agricultural University. Yeah, Dr. Nath, please. And this has been, conceptualized by Tankeshwar, Purnima, and Manas. A lot of noise coming up.
Is it okay, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Very warm and good afternoon to one and all present in this particular session of brainstorming. And respected house, our topic is about the sloping agricultural land technology and sloping watershed and environment engineering technology in degraded zoomland of hill district of Assam as a climate change mitigation approach. The main objective of this proposal is that we want to rehabilitate the moderately degraded zoomland of hill district of Assam through agroforestry intervention. As you see, I want to show you there is just two picture here. The right one, it is the two snap from our state Assam, and this is already degraded zoomland area. This is Cape left for fallow, and this is newly set aside. Here you can see the forest cover is already clear. Okay, and as per report of Minister of Agriculture and Government of India, already in Assam, 0.31 million hectares affected by zoomland, and in overall in Northeast India, in entire Northeast India, it is 3.8 million hectare. And these are our target community or target farmer in the bottom of the photo. Here, actually, the backbone of this proposal is the salt and sweet technology. This is already widely accepted to model. The salt is developed by Mindanao Baptist Wildlife Center. It is an NGO, and this particular technology was developed in Philippines specifically for the highland, specifically mountain region or high hill region. And sweet, it is this technology is developed by JB Pond Institute of Environment and Development, Almura, and these also they also developed this model for the mid altitude. You can say 500 to 1,500 meter from sea level. Okay, I want to use those models to our particular region, specifically hill region of Assam, and basically these two, there are some commonality and difference. Specifically, the difference between these two methodology agroforestry model in sweet model, and both they use sloping agricultural land technology, except in sweet model they incorporated water component. That means along with the soil conservation, they try to conserve the water, and those water then as a watershed they want to use as a to revitalize the whole the agroforestry model.
Okay, and then other more important things in both the model is that they use actually the terraces by exploring the contour line. That means they use to make the terraces, they use the contour line, that means the line which connect the equal elevation, so that it will minimize minimize the disturbance of the soil topography. Along with that, another most important component to stabilize this model, that is the hedge plant. That means actually they made some hedge plantation on the border of the control line, so those plants have some special quality to binding the soil to reduce the erosion, then creation of your fertilizer like nitrogen fixation. Obviously, they are particular use for the particular community also. In our model, in this area, we'll take this basic strategy, that is your making terraces with the contour line without disturbing the soil type, as well as selection of hedge plants. Should not too high, we have to modify it according to our need. And here where I want to propose the model. This is the model we are going to propose. You can see this is the agroforestry model, and at the top most, it will selected on the basis of need of the community of the tribal people of the particular region, where they use as a timber for their making house as well as houses fuel. Then another important hedge plant also, we select those plants which are available in this region, like your Theliana mexicana. This is one kind of very soil binding property. This kind of grasses is also has some economic value as a broom grass. It is commonly known as broom. Fluorescence is used as for broming. So we can select those plants also for making the hedge. Then regarding the selection of crop, I have cite some example which is generally produced by our hill tribes in this particular region. In the different terraces, you can see we can suggest them at the topmost patches like ginger, turmeric, then citrus, then legume, then pineapple, banana, then corn. At the lower level, if there is wet terraces, we can suggest rice also. We can suggest both annual and perennial crop, monocropping or diversified cropping according to the need of the farmer. If there is a provision of water bodies, that means if there is a watershed area in this particular sloping area at the downside, and we can suggest for use of those as a watersheds, so that they can use that for fishery, or they can use those water for other agricultural components like your poultry, then your piggery, dairy, and watering of the entire agroforestry system. You can suggest that also. Another most important thing, we want to see how to increase their profit, how to increase along with the sustainability of the model. So we would like to suggest, we like to encourage to grow the cash crop, so that they can earn more money in cash crop, like your growing of your cardamom, then cinnamon, then betel nut, then you can say some horticultural component, then medicinal plant, and as well as some orchid culture also. Yes, it is very much popular nowadays. We can suggest all these things also. Along with that, we can arrange some training for capacity building for the stakeholder, and for you can say agri entrepreneurship development and agri startup to empower the youth of the particular community. This will be some of the new thing. And if possible, if the community demand, we can suggest for rearing of your sericulture, then go with your mushroom culture, like that. We have to study what actually need in the society. And regarding the other to revitalize the whole system for sustainability, we can go with for fertilizer, application of biofertilizer, biopesticide. Then we may do some research on laboratory to see the soil chemical condition, microbial property, so that studying all this we can go for how to increase the soil fertility, the soil fertility, so that this model will be sustained for longer time. And this is the direct expected output: restore and increase the soil fertility, decrease the soil erosion, fulfill the basic need of the farmers, and increase the farmer income in a sustainable manner. And if it is happen, it may be the model for sustainable agriculture, not only our particular state, it may be the model for other lower hill region of Northeast and other part of the country. And to make it, to execute it, the whole concept, we need some specific site for doing some research, and maybe this site maybe as other than Assam, it may be other northeastern state. And to execute it, we need some help from other institute like Regional Research Institute and KVK, Department of Agriculture, Horticulture, then state or central university research institute. Then we may need some wet labs for study of soil nutritional as well as microbial dynamics. We may need some bioinformatics help for study of genomic, metanomic for the strain improvement purpose, then improvement of the crops, then improvement of the microbial community. Then maybe need agricultural engineering to incorporate the farm mechanization for their improvement of the model. And plant protection, addressing the insect pest disease. Obviously, I have already mentioned we can do some work, research work with biopesticide and biofertilizer. Then agri-economic help of agricultural essential for economic assessment of the model for viability studies. And still now I am not collaborating with anyone, but I am proposing that JB Point Institute of Himalayan Environment and Development may be the right partner, and association from abroad like Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia may be helpful for us to execute this proposal. Then regarding the strength, actually I was working with a sweet model in Arunachal Pradesh during my early career for 6 months, and I have some knowledge. And still now, as I am telling, I am not in target funding agency, but maybe the DBT or DST or ICR may be the right funding agency we are searching for. And definitely I need a lot of suggestion to make it a full-length proposal so that there will be this more commendable project and we can get the fund easily. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nath. My first question is, you can put your presentations off now. Yeah. Still it is on. You can put off your presentation. Yeah. Just get rid of slideshow. Sharing your slides. You just don't share it now.
No, actually, okay. What happened? Something is happening.
Okay, no worries. My query is that in this particular program, it is conceptualized by Tankeshwar. You are a biotechnologist, and yes, Purnima is an entomologist. Manasi is an economist. I know. Manasi is an economist. Yes, so, what is the connection? How I'd like to hear from Purnima and Manasi as well. And of course, Tankeshwar can also explain about your specific role in this project, and then how an entomologist and an economist will be connected. Because any funding agencies, if you submit, this kind of questions may arise. Okay, please.
Actually, I think that a lot will be when you go for cultivation. Definitely, there will be some problem of insect. And I don't know, still it is speculating. If there is happening such type of thing, you have to address those pest management. And as I know, she has already associated a lot of integrated pest management program. I think that particular experience may help us.
Is she there? Dr. Purnima is there, and Manasi, are they here?
Purnima, please.
how do you be connected to this particular program? You know, how do you be connected? And Manasi also, I would like to know from them.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Basically, I'm just running one project. It is a lag cultivation. I think you know, sir. So, in regarding the lag cultivation, basically the tribal people sir mainly do this. This lag
You are not audible. So you are not audible properly. You know, a lot of disturbance. Tonkeswar, you should now put your slides off. Otherwise, you know, it is disturbing.
Okay, sir. Stop.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Stop presenting. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. So Purnima and Manasi, you know, could you please?
Good afternoon, sir.
Audible, sir. No?
Can I?
Yeah, one by one. Who is speaking?
Am I audible right now, sir?
Yeah, please. Okay, please go ahead.
So, in this climate sense, now, sir, in climate sense, so nowadays the minor pests are coming to a major pest. So, the people are basically different. That is the crop. That is the Tonkeswar sir has given. That is the different for crops. The crop side, I think, so lots of pests will be appeared. So, the minor, they become the major pest. So, I'll study this pest. Which one and which one is the minor? So, not only the pest of this.
No, see, this sort of comment, hang on. This sort of comment is very general. Your answer is very general answer. Okay. We want, you know, your funding agencies to definitely ask very specific questions. You know, why are those crops selected in this particular sweet model or salt model, whatever Tonkeswar has explained? And Tonkeswar should explain, you know, as a biotechnologist, you know, why this particular model you are thinking of. Is there any specific role of the biotechnologist in this particular program? Please listen to me. Say, you know, you have thought, you have selected, you know, hang on. You have selected the crops like citrus, you have selected the crops like legumes, or you have selected the crops like, you know, some other pineapple, example. Okay. So, what was the basis for, you know, such specific crops in this particular model, and how entomologists or, you know, biotechnologists are linked to this particular program, and also the economists. Of course, economics has a role everywhere. Okay. Yeah, please.
Sir, I want to give another input. Sir, the lag cultivation, I think all of you know the lag is a beneficial instance. It is a bioresource. Basically, the tribal in this lag culture technology nowadays, and this lag culture on this tribal community. It is just a tribal community. That's why if I go for this one, plant other crops include in that model. Suppose for lag, there are so many plants are available. So if we incorporate this for other this in the model, very effective. So this is another source of their.
So that you didn't discuss before while making this concept, you know, you didn't suggest that to Tonkeswar for incorporation of those, you know, crops. So this is a brainstorming, you know, whatever is going on, you know, you should now think of, you know, whatever the questions I raised. I'm definitely hoping that other experts would also comment on, but, you know, you can now, you know, think in these aspects, you know, how to defend your project. Okay. So inviting comments from other experts, please. Yeah. Other experts? Any comment? Or even other scientists, you know, whoever is joining here, they all can comment, you know, if any specific, very specific or very specific suggestions are there.
Excuse me, sir. Can I say something?
Yes. Who is speaking?
Yes.
Manasi Gogoi?
Manasi.
Okay.
Yes,
please,
sir. Yes, sir.
Please.
Actually. So you have asked how an economist is related to this particular project. So actually, I have already guided one of my students, and she is my first student, and she is from Haflong, that is from Dimahasa district, and she has done her degree in shifting or the zoom cultivation. So already we have done some preliminary studies on this particular subject, and that is how I have preliminary knowledge on what are the different type of cropping system, cropping pattern in that particular area, and the economics of those different type of diversified cultivations. Because in those areas there is no specific kind of no specialized cropping, only diversified cropping is very much popular, and it is very common there. So already I have preliminary knowledge on that, and apart from this, I am running one project on this indigenous fruits in Assam. So economics of this indigenous fruits in Assam. So I'm just studying on the supply chain and the value chain management of this particular area. So I can give some very some of the important input in the particular process.
That's fine.
So,
I have a question now, specifically to Tankeshwar, maybe.
Okay, sir.
In the sloping cultivation you showed,
Yes,
that at the top you have shown, citrus, which are taller plants, right?
No,
and
sir,
then at
actually,
the bottom.
Actually, this model it is just proposed crop. We will select
Let me finish my question. You listen to the question first. At the top, I have seen the citrus, and then the bottom side, you have put pineapple. So would there be any problem of shading, for growing, the crops that way? Well, why did you select the crops that way?
Actually,
Is there a specific reason of selecting crops?
No, sir. Actually, I am putting some crop first. Actually, I have to go interact with the community, what they need, what are they doing.
So yeah, concepts should be then developed. What is my suggestion? The concepts should be developed. Studying the very basic needs of that community, and then what sort of crops we should design.
They are growing
for. Okay. Otherwise, this is the whatever you have shown in the model. It's not correct. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if there are no more questions, then we can move to the next presentation. That is by Dr. Ratnakarita. Ratnakarita, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Please.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, it's Rashmi, sir.
Okay. Rashmi, please. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I want to ask that how exactly you are going to select the based on what data, sir? Because you have said that you are going to rejuvenate the degraded shifting land, zoom land. So how you are going to select that this is the degraded? How exactly you are planning, sir?
Actually, this will be depend upon, we'll study about their soil. Actually, for revitalization, it need to 10 to 15 year cycle. But nowadays, due to increased population pressure in those particular community also, they don't keep fallow more than their 2-3 years. In some area reported that it is only 2 years. So they'll not get sufficient time to itself to regenerate that biodiversity, soil fertility. Okay, we'll select those particular areas.
That does not, sir, please, that does not prove that land is degraded, sir. Because their cycle is decreased, that does not prove that the soil is degraded. So based on what exactly you are going to select,
we have to study we have to collect the soil. Okay, we have to see the soil fertility. We have to study the topography. I am just propose a model which may be fit in a particular site. We have to. I am not doing any survey. Actually, I have some experience doing with such kind of model when I was in State Forest Research Institute as a ZRF for 6 months long. Okay, those knowledge I am trying to incorporate here. Along with that, I have some knowledge regarding the biofertilizer, bioformulation. Then
okay, thank you, Dr. Tankeshwar.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tankeshwar. Since Rasmi is from Diffu, right? Rasmi, you are working in Diffu, right? That is hill station.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, sir.
Tankeshwar can definitely take ideas from Rasmi also.
Definitely, sir.
So we'll stop here for this particular project. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm Nasima, sir. Hello.
Hello, Nasima. Okay.
Yeah. I'm from horticulture, sir. That's why at first I was also supposed to be with this group, but as I am already in the other group of lentil, that's why I opted from this group, sir. As a horticulture, sir, I can also help and about the shading effect of the citrus, as it will be a slope, sir. So there will be no problem, I think, regarding the shading effect, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So moving to the next one, that is by Ratna Kolita. Ratna, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Yeah, my slides are visible. Is my slides are visible?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. Please take 5 minutes, okay, maximum. We are running short of time here.
Yeah, is it visible?
No, not yet. You share your screen, yeah.
Yeah, I am sharing my screen, actually.
It is not seen. Your screen is not seen here. So you can just explain, you can explain what is your proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So actually, for sustainability of this AdaptNET project, we have developed a concept note on genomic dissection of drought tolerance in lentil and screening for drought tolerant genotype for diverse agro ecosystem in Assam. So for that, actually the lentil crop, it is an annual rabi pulse. It is a very important crop. It has a potential for diversification and intensification. It can be grown in rotation with other cereals to reduce the soil erosion, then improve disease and to reduce the demand for nitrogen fertilizer. This cultivated lentil, actually it comes into two varieties. One is the macrosperma and other one is the microsperma. So, but this crop, it is greatly affected by temperature and drought, because in India and also in the state of Assam, this crop often encounters water stress due to unreliable rainfall, and particularly in the reproductive phase. This plant has poor tolerance for high temperature, especially at the flowering and the pod set stage. So that is why we aim to study the stress, to identify the stress tolerant varieties that are suitable for breeding drought tolerant, high yielding varieties of lentil, and whether it can be grown in fallows of rice based rain-fed agriculture in Assam. So for that we have proposed some objective. So the first objective that we have proposed that excess agro-climatic constraint for lentil cultivation in Assam. So because the systematic studies on agroclimatic suitability considering the meteorological and soil factors, these are required as because the relative requirement for lentil crop is limited in Assam. And second objective we had formulated, that is to screen for lentil genotype based on morphophysiological and phenological parameters for a stable yield in lentil production system, as well as to ensure the productivity across diverse agroecological condition in the state. It is very important to screen for and to evaluate the diverse lentil genotype for drought tolerance, and particularly at the reproductive stage. And the third objective we had formulated, that is to identify the promising genotype that is tolerant to drought stress and to combine the drought heat stress during the reproductive stage using stress tolerant indices. So since it is not very clear how the impact of water stress on lentil production varies across the region and agro-ecosystem, soil texture and stress timing, therefore, we aim to characterize the physiological as well as the agrometeorological factors that determine the extent of yield loss in lentil due to drought stress, and to identify the promising drought tolerant genotype that can be potentially utilized for the breeding. And the fourth objective that we had formulated is to identify the marker associated with drought tolerance using the genome-wide association analysis. So based on the previous work, we will identify the promising genotype, and that selected genotypes would be subjected to high throughput genotyping, then SNP filtering, and we will do the association mapping to reveal the genetic basis and to discerning the genetic architecture of complex trait under the drought stress. And the fifth objective is to assessment of agroclimatic suitability to delineate the potential suitable areas for lentil cultivation in Assam. So here we will generate the thematic map for each meteorological and soil topographic parameters using suitable interpolation technique in GIS platform. So these are the 5 objectives that we had formulated. So this is the concept note actually, and we are developing the full project for submission in the funding agency. So our group, myself Ratna Kalita from Assam Agricultural University, Department of Agricultural Biotechnology, then Dr. Priyadarshini Bhorali from Department of Agricultural Biotechnology, then Dr. R.L. Deka, Associate Professor from Department of Agricultural Meteorology, then Dr. H.K. Bora, Principal Scientist, RARS Silongoni, and Dr. Nasima Rahman from RARS Silongoni. So we are 5 in our group. So thank you
Ratna.
very much.
Yeah, thank you, Ratna, for giving us the concept. But my question is now, as per my understanding, you developed this concept about 6 months back, maybe. So what is next? When are you going to submit the full proposal? This is first question. Second question,
actually
we'll note down in the proceedings today. When are you going to submit the proposal, the full proposal to the funding agency?
Sir, within this month we will try to submit.
Sir, may I comment, sir?
Yeah, who is Priyadarshini?
Yes, Priyadarshini.
Yeah, Priyadarshini, please. Yeah, comment.
Sorry for joining late, sir. Actually, I had a class, so
that's fine.
I requested her to present it. So actually, sir, this is the first time that we are going to submit such a proposal. We don't have any previous experience on working on climate resilience or on lentils. So actually, we wanted to generate some baseline data. Now it has already been done. Our collaborators at RARS Shillongoni, they have already generated some data. They have taken the field parameters. They have taken the various physiological data using on various lentil genotypes. That has already been done. So now we are in a good position to prepare a full proposal.
Okay.
Because
as you have talked about, so within this month or maybe next month, are you going to submit the project?
Maybe next
in the month
month.
of August.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll note down in the proceedings that by August you are going to submit the proposal, huh? Because this is how it will be materialized. Otherwise, we'll just keep thinking. Okay. Second question, to Ratna, what is your pangenome size? You have talked about GWAS analysis. What is your pangenome size? Are you aware of that?
Actually, no, sir. When we will screen the genotype, when we will get the promising genotype.
Can Nashima inform me? We have a size of your pangenome.
Actually, at last Rabi season, we have done 30 genotypes we have taken, sir.
How many?
And these 30 numbers, sir.
Oh, this is too small. No, you need
sir,
to as Ratna has mentioned about the GWAS, so maybe 30 genotypes may not be
there will be
enough.
More,
Yeah. So I can have comment from Carlo. Carlo, could you please suggest in this regard, Professor Carlo?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have to say that my connection is getting worse and worse. So I keep on getting interruption of the audio that I receive from you.
All right. So my suggestion is here, Ratna, you just think about how many genotypes basically you have, because 30 genotypes is not enough. Okay, first
there will be more, sir. Sir, H. Bora, sir, Hiranya Bora, sir, he has said that this year we will add more, sir. At least
there will be more than 60.
See, with your preliminary study, could you, distinguish them, with morphological analysis, was it possible to distinguish them, or how many distinct genotypes you have? Because, then
We have just collected the data. And they taken the photographs of this root and root here also.
Yeah, obviously, Ratna and Priyadarshini, obviously you have to mention about, this preliminary data in your project, and then, how big is your, genome size, not genome size, how big is your pan genome size, okay? That you have to, mention in your project, okay? So, and then I suggest, you can send the concept to, the experts like, Professor Carlo Pozzi, or to other experts, available in our university also. There are experts available.
Please,
you can,
please feel free to do that.
Yes. Now that will help you. Okay, finalizing the project. Huh? Okay, so we'll stop here, and then we'll move to the next project. Molaya, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So Dr. Molaya, please. Next project. 3 more to go. Okay.
So are my slides visible?
Yes, please. Put it in a slideshow.
Okay, a very good afternoon to one and all. I represent a group comprising of myself, Molaya Gohain, Dr. Bonti Gogoi, who is an agronomist from KVK Nagaon, and Dr. Rashmi Barua, who is a soil scientist from RARS Diphu. So we proposed an idea of climate smart village earlier, which did not come through. So now we have scaled down because we have catered to a call from DBT, which is called Biotech Kisan. And there we have submitted a project on a climate smart hub, climate smart agricultural hub from Northeast India. So here, what inspired it is there are 2 sets of constraints here that we would like to highlight. First, the constraints in climate of Northeastern region. Second, the climate constraints in agriculture of the Northeastern region. So when you look into the left panel, here this is based on the climate vulnerability assessment that was conducted in 2019-2020, and also reports from Ramarao et al. In 2016, according to which we clearly know that vulnerability to climate change, northeast of India is acutely vulnerable to climate change. And particularly Assam and Mizoram have the highest vulnerability indices, which is around 0.7. And Assam particularly records almost 24 districts of 100 most vulnerable districts. And the hydrological disasters, as of this publication that was recently published by Zaman et al. In 2021, it says that hydrological disasters are likely to be very frequent in Assam, in the northeastern region, and particularly Assam. So keeping these constraints in climatic constraints in mind, we looked into what are the constraints in agriculture as well. And what we know is that 70% of farmers are already dependent on agriculture, but most of our agriculture is rain fed, and most of our farmers have very small land holdings, as a result of which they get very poor returns. So this is the reason why there's a growing disinclination towards agriculture, not only among farmers, but also among youth. And what we know is that because of this, there is an outward migration because people are seeking for other kinds of professions, and the actual population that need to look after agriculture are actually missing from there. And we know the stark consequence of migration, as we have seen during this pandemic situation. Excuse me. So we offer a solution in the form of a climate smart agricultural hub with 3 broad objectives. First is developing risk profiles from systematic climate vulnerability assessment. Second is, based on those risk profiles, we will design model climate smart farms. And these model climate smart farms will be used for demonstration of different aspects of climate smartness. For example, installation of weather stations to know what are the prediction of weather accurately, then installation of AI and IoT in technologies for proper irrigation and proper fertilization of crops, and even knowing their diseases, for which we will take the help of the startup called Expert Technologies Private Limited. And we will also we will also have a training component in the hub, where there will be an interaction not only of the farmers and scientists, but also between NGOs and local people. And these training sessions will help create a socio-economic network, not only for the primary agriculture part, but also for developing secondary agriculture and options for revenue generation. So as such, what we want to do is that we want to connect these climate smart farmers and even use them as consultants. So for all the three objectives, we have proposed collaboration with different partners. Now for the first objective, we know that IIT Guwahati has already partnered with Indian Institute of Mandi and Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and they have already reported climate vulnerability assessment under the National Mission for Sustainability of Himalayan Ecosystem. And at the district level, we know the vulnerability assessment, but as of the block level, we still don't know. So I think this expertise will help our project, and that is why we are proposing a collaboration with Professor Arup Kumar Sharma, who was here as a chairman. And then for the risk profile based model climate smart farm designs, we are seeking the help from expert technologies, like I said, and to reach out to the farmers. We want to collaborate with an NGO called Christy Kothia, who are already experienced and they have touched the lives of many farmers through their different social activities. And we believe that their connection will help us to reach out to convert, to translate climate smartness to the villages. So we have submitted this proposal to DBT and the Biotech Kisan, and from AAU we have Professor Bidut Kumar Sharma as the coordinator. We have Bonti Gogoi as an agronomist and the biotechnologist, and Dr. Rashmi Barwa as the soil scientist. And from IIT Guwahati we have Dr. Arup Kumar Sharma, as a startup we have startup partner we have Expert Technologies, and we have Christy Kothia, Mr. Pradimna Bora as the NGO partner. So we firmly believe that it is not just collective responsibility but also individual responsibility that will eventually help us translate climate smartness in this in Northeast India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Molaya. In fact, for the information to all other experts here, this particular project has already been submitted under a special call from Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. That particular program is called Biotech Kisan, means Biotech Krishi. Krishi means agriculture. Then Biotech Agricultural Innovation Science Application Network. It is in short, it is called Biotech Kisan. So there was a special call for Northeastern region, and Molaya and then her colleagues, Rashmi and Bonti, all these three women, they were trained in under this AdaptNET program, and they have submitted this project to DBT. And then in the next month, that is August, I think 2nd and 3rd, there will be review of all programs submitted under that particular program. So we are hopeful that a good outcome will be there for this particular project. Thank you very much. So comments from the experts here. Thank you. Any further suggestions from the experts? Dr. Katagiri, Dr. Andreas?
No, I think since the project has come up very well, that's why probably there was no any comments. That's why I kept quiet, and I hope definitely it gets through.
Okay.
Only thing, yeah, this kind of yes, for us also, Dr. Vidit Sharma sir, it provides some opportunity in DBT, because generally, this kind of opportunities are not coming to us, and only on a general call only were to submit. If you guide us, and probably in Karnataka
I request also all our trainees or even other scientists from our partner institutions, they should keep looking at DBT's site, because these calls are advertised, they are very and then even DBT sends to the various organizations also, the hard call also sent. So as I said before also, like when such specific calls are available, and if you submit a project under that specific call, obviously its whole review process will be very fast. Otherwise, if you submit in the e-promise, it just lie for quite long, maybe sometimes 2 years. So it's better to submit through specific calls. Okay.
Yeah. This is a really very good opportunity, eye opener kind of thing for us also. I request with our all colleagues, and then we'll definitely make this kind of approach. This is a wonderful idea of submitting this kind of project relevant for climate smart. I congratulate all of you and yes.
Thank you. Malaya, you should thank then Dr. Katagiri. And then
sir, actually, thank you, sir. I think we failed miserably in the beginning when we wanted to design this whole climate smart village idea in the northeastern region. But then, okay, we got less ambitious, taking the advice from Professor Andreas and also guidance from Professor Carlo Pozzi. And we decided to scale it down to a model climate smart farm first, and then maybe we will expand it to a climate smart village.
Good. Yeah, like for this project, I would like to further add here. For this project, as they planned a network meeting, a kind of an internal means amongst the say AdaptNet, experts. So we invited experts from EACEA, experts from IIT Guwahati. We invited, and we had a meeting about maybe 3 months back, and then that particular meeting also helped Malaya and then Rasmi and Bonti to scale down their project, and then they got more suggestions, so modify their objectives, and then finally this has been submitted, and I'm hopeful that DBT would select this project for funding. Thank you. Somebody was speaking something, Purnima?
Excuse me, sir. Nassima,
yeah.
sir.
Yeah,
sir,
yeah,
I have
Nassima,
also
please.
submitted one project for Biotech Kisan, sir.
Okay.
I have also submitted.
I do not know. Yeah. Which project you have submitted? You can send the information to me also.
Okay. Mission Mood Approach for Economic Empowerment of Farming Community of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh through Biotech Kisan. I have also submitted that one, sir.
Okay. Good. Yes. Good. Very good. Okay. If there are no more comments, then we can move to the next presentations by Mr. Siddhartha Bora. He is an agripreneur, in fact, and very young entrepreneur, helping the agricultural sector. So would love to hear from Mr. Bora, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Sure. So I would not take much of anyone's time. I'll quickly proceed. So a very good afternoon to all. My name is Siddhartha Bora. I'm the co-founder and managing director of Tezpur Technologies. First of all, it's an honor to be amongst so many exemplary contributors in the field of climate smart agriculture. Just a brief introduction of who we are. We're an agri-tech startup based out of Guwahati, Assam. We're in the business of serving agribusinesses and institutions with remote data-powered tools to directly discover and engage with farmers. So our IoT tool XP today is currently used by over 10 agribusinesses and by over 4,000 pharmacists of Northeast India. So what I'm going to present before you is not mostly a concept or an idea, it's basically our business. So I'll be speaking briefly about how IoT and big data communication tools today can not just be leveraged or conventionally to capture or analyze data, but as a multi-stakeholder system for transaction of information and services to achieve to the whole climate smart agricultural system. So I'll just share my screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible. Well,
no, not yet.
Purnima.
Yes, now it's visible. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be briefly speaking about IoT and ICT for climate-aware decision making in farms. But yeah, so it's mostly not just about how smart we can get through our data, but how smart we can get through traditional knowledge. Because we have seen working on the ground with many farmers that there are very small nuances in farms that they take sometimes to reduce the overall impact of the GACs that's emitted out of their farms. I'll be talking briefly on that as well. So yes, two big factors that we're considering here, two of the major contributors of GHG emissions directly from agricultural production. We have the staple burning problem, and we have the unprecedented use of agrofertilizers and chemicals, right? So yes, what I'm going to specifically focus on is a climate problem that's arising out of agricultural production. So today, 1/3 of the global anthropogenic GHG emissions are contributed by the agri-food systems, and on top of that, 1/10 is actually contributed by the unprecedented use of agrochemicals. So taking that into consideration and taking the framework of designing and implementing the climate smart agriculture, monitoring and evaluation systems that's suggested by FAO, we have 4 phases basically. We have framing and context, we have defining the approach, selecting the indicators and gathering the data. We have operational and ensuring sustainability of the system. And at last, we have the reporting and communication phase of the system. So what we are doing as a startup today is we are mostly focusing on 2 of these phases. That's what I discovered, is that we are trying to define an approach, or trying to create a framework of selecting the indicators and gathering the data, capturing the data, and on top of that, we are trying to create an a more sustainable way of popularization through which multi-stakeholders can communicate and coordinate throughout the platform. The idea when we started Expert was to build a 100% data-driven decision cycle for farms. So how we're doing that today is somewhat like this. So we capture data with sensors, satellite, and existing databases. It's all neat, use cases with different needs. Based on the needs, we use the type of data capturing system required. From that, we put it into a data engine where the data is classified, sorted, and on top of that, we use systems like I think a professor earlier was talking about was artificial neural network. We use a special type of ANN that we call as SVM classifier, which specifically segments large budgets of big data into small clusters and then distributes them evenly. What we do from there is the more interesting part now. So after the computation and after the entire crop modeling based on the data is achieved, we disperse them to institutional accesses on one hand and on to farmer access on the other hand. So how are these two actually coordinating with each other today is amazing. Because institutional, once they get it, is the direct data, the iteration of the data and the analytics of the data. On top of that, they can create their own ground truth moderation. And then what they can do is the most, I think, important part is communicating that and broadcasting that information. On top of that, what farmers can do on top of that data is basically short-term threat predictions, input recommendations which are based on weather, soil, and crop data, and long-term crop risk management that can be actually compartmentalized with institutional access of crop insurance companies. So yes, another very important thing of this whole cycle is a learning loop. So in many cases, we have actually witnessed that although there are a fairly large amount of data gathering devices like weather stations, satellites, and everything, but there is a very shortage of learning from their data. So what we have done is actually we have created a learning loop. So based on the data that is actually generated from all these bodies, they may be institutions, they may be farmers, how they are interacting and coordinating with each other. Based on that, we generate learning loops on this vast amount of data, and it is fed back into the same data engine, which somehow then increases the computational capacity of the earlier data, because this helps the data, the system to learn from the data and then provide a more insightful output, so as to speak. I'm sorry. So what AgSpeak does is it's a dedicated multi-stakeholder ag data tool. What we're doing is we are having multi-stakeholder engagement. I'm very happy to announce that actually Assam Agricultural University is one of our clients. 6 of the Krishi Vigyan Kendras throughout Assam today are using our services to coordinate and disperse advisory to the farmers. We have site-specific remote data capture, which is analyzed and then privately dispersed. We have the tools to automate this climate smart data into a communication protocol and then reach out to the last stakeholders of the network. And on top of that, I think which is a very important thing to consider if you're actually talking about ground level of impact, is we need to have multilingual support, because at last we're talking about the right practices happening in the farm. So if we're not being able to communicate in a language that's more comfortable with the regional farmers, there's no point. So these are the 4 values that we're providing actually with AgSpeak. I do have a very short case study, but I think we are running out of time. So I thank you all. I'll be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddhartha. In fact, I'm happy that you are associated with the DBT Kisan project that was submitted by Dr. Maloya, right? You are also associated
Exactly, sir.
with
Yeah,
that
I'm very,
project. So
very
I'm
excited
pretty
about the
happy.
project, sir.
Yeah. So
Thank you so much.
any further suggestions or any further appreciation to Mr. Siddhartha from the European partners or from other Indian partners? Thank you.
I do have my contact number shown out here. If anyone is interested, they can get to me personally. My phone number and email is mentioned.
Yeah.
Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you for the presentation.
I do not have any, I do not have
somebody is
anything but it is, yeah. It's really very encouraging that this type of your initiatives are being taken place to help the farmers. I wish all the best, and it's really a good concept, and it should go, and hopefully all the partners will support you whatever is required, and definitely I look forward, and it's a really good initiative. I congratulate Mr. Siddharth.
Thank you so much, sir.
From my side also, I'm thanking Mr. Siddharth and then for being involved with our scientists, and hopefully we will have some good contribution to the farmers. Okay.
Thank you. Looking forward to working together, sir.
So we'll move to the next, because we do not have much time. We have only 5-10 minutes left. So I would like to request our NGO partner, Mr. Podin Bora. Yeah, Mr. Bora, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Listening? Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to share my screen.
Please.
Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, but only thing is that it's with a very thin.
Yes.
Not full. You make it in full screen. Yeah. Now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So, Dr. Bikisoma, sir, and other dignitary, my partners organization for today's program. Actually, myself, Podin Bora, I'm a managing director of Christine Kotia. We are running an socio-cultural organization. Since we are our establishment, we have worked for the development of women from the rural areas, making farmers financially strong by giving them the opportunity to sell their products at their fair price, arranging training time to time for making the youth capable for small-scale industries, arranging handicrafts workshop for women, and make them capable for earning. Said this, we are working for agricultural activities. Actually, these are our basic objectives and the operations areas objectives. Agriculture, animal husbandry is and priority. We are education, women and child welfare, employment and skill development, and rural development, science and technology, and handloom, textile, youth, and tourism development. Our objectives in agriculture is to promotion of organic agriculture, commercialized vermicompost, distributed 4,500 plus samplings of brinjal, capsicum, chili, and tomato, etc. Actually, till now, we have workshop on vermicompost, organic cultivation are organized among the farmers. The main objectives of the workshop are to create awareness to help the participants to develop a chemical-free environment and also promote organic. Secondly, to popularize the use of vermicompost among the farmers, and thirdly, commercialization and employment generation through farming. These are our basic objectives through which we are communicating our activities. After that, we have also cultivation, production, and exporting of black rice. Kristi-Kothia, we have a Kristi-Kothia farmers and which has cultivated and exported black rice and ginger outside Assam under the supreme guidance of some prominent scientists of Assam Agricultural University. Actually, we have an memorandum of understanding between Assam Agriculture and Kristi-Kothia, so which we can take various suggestions. We have got a prominent scientist so that we can give a good platform to the farmers. And main objectives of our MOU with Assam Agricultural University is to enhance their social upliftment, skills, knowledge, production, income, and sustainable development. This will promote more effective use of each of their resources and provide each of them with enhanced opportunities within areas of skills-based training, education, research in agriculture, and livelihood development. We have also Borohon Eco Camp, which promoted community effort for biodiversity conservation at Kokilamok, Jorhat. Support to climate-smart agriculture and health. We are working for the social sector. We have a great connection with the farmers, working among more than 500 farmers around the Jorhat, and we have also an official. We have also an agreement with leaders, and we are accept farmers to culture disciplinary appraisal, smart, understandable.
Your audio system is disturbing.
Every scientific, so that they can easily. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah. Audio system is disturbing somewhat, but we are reading anyway. We are able to reading.
Okay. Yeah. Make climate smart strategies understandable to the common people. Connect with industries and agripreneurship development. Support publication cell, workshop, awareness drive, etc. These are the basic things actually we are doing for the farmers. And one thing I am elaborate you that we have a great connectivity with the farmers, through which we can carry out the project in a way positive, and also we can take some specific program for their interest of their own crops, and also we can catalyze to the rural population, build a model expert supplements to grow efforts and organizing rural effort. That is a small introduction of our thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pradunmo. And then I'm happy to announce here that this is the NGO collaborating with Dr. Malaya, Dr. Rasmi for their project, and then in the same project they submitted to the DBT. So they are partnering with and that NGO called Kristi-Kothia. They are this particular NGO is well known in Assam, and then we are hopeful to have a good connection to the farmers through this NGO. And of course, our Department of Extension Education will also help us, getting into the farmers. Okay. Anyway, so thank you once again. And then any comments now from the PIs of AdaptNET as well as other participants?
Like, is it a last session now?
Sorry,
sir, is it a last session now? That's what.
Yes,
comments.
This is last session now. Comments from the PIs, and then
I think Dr. Andreas and all, let them finish first, sir.
Yeah, Dr.
Andreas is there?
I sent a message to Dr. Andreas. Maybe he is having some connectivity problem.
So both
Okay,
Andres and Carlo has got connectivity problems, so they have left.
They have
And then they
left.
have asked
Oh,
us to
okay.
continue. Yes, sir.
okay, okay.
Okay, no
Sir,
problem.
sir, I just only want to.
Yeah, please. Podinmo,
I
you
just
can
have
put
a.
off your microphone now. Podinmo, you can put off your microphone. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So Katagiri, please.
Okay, sir. First of all, this is a wonderful, conference or a meeting we had, and we got some, clear path what next we have to do. So that is what we have learned out of it, and probably we also try to make such collaborative programs. This is number one, and number two, what I just want to ask is there any way that this under the same program as a continuation or a new project, all these partners can think of, write a research come extension program on climate smart agriculture. So if you find out some possibilities, so that we can think of, writing a combined project, very specific for research as well as for extension program, like what this kind of presentation has been done. This is my second point. And third point is, of course, although it is not related to this conference, as far as the PhD students are concerned, since anyway Andreas is not there, because in our case in Dharwad, all these guys have completed their tenure. Almost maybe one guy has left out. So what have to be done? Maybe in the next meeting or somewhere, we have to seriously think of this.
Yeah,
This
that
is
of
what.
course within the AdaptNET we are going to discuss. Well, today is
that's
open
what.
discussion.
That's
That so we are not going to discuss that.
may not be
And
suitable.
then about a new program also. Yes, and Dr. Andreas mentioned at the beginning.
Yeah.
That there may be a new call, and then there we have to see whether it should be strictly research oriented or it should be education oriented like this one. And then accordingly we can decide definitely. Thank you very
Okay,
much,
sir.
Professor
Thank you, sir.
Katagiri.
Thank you.
Dr. Deben, would you have any comment? Yeah.
This is actually extension. I think much time has been taken. I don't take much time again because we have a long but successful deliberations whole day. And then I first congratulate the team, organizing team, and then really deeply appreciate the organizing team, Dr. Bohai, and also the other members who will be contributing to this organization. And under these pandemic situations where there was no connections, a lack of connectivity, and under these situations, this is really a successful event. I wish all the participants gained significantly, and this will give us a push to walk forward. I have seen a very good concept coming out of this. Those who were attending these workshops, 4 workshops, and that is adapted, as well as there are good networking, and I am really hopeful that this will definitely contribute to the farmers of India, mostly. That is our objectives through these AdaptNET initiatives, as well as humble contributions or humble infrastructures that is being generated, particularly the e-labs in these institutes, that will be optimally utilized again for the benefit of the farmers. Good thing that 2 NGOs have been directly showing today's patches, maybe more coming, so that this infrastructure, though it's humble, but it should be fully utilized, particularly the data that is being coming, maybe other infrastructure, networking, other computational things that we have seen some of the projects. And for that, this our infrastructures, computers, as well as our hardware, your servers, those things to be optimally utilized. I wish that will be happening, and I congratulate once again and thank you very much for organizing this. Really.
Thank you. From my side, as a director of the DBT-North East Centre for Agricultural Biotechnology, I would like to thank you all, especially all experts, invited speakers, invited chairpersons, and also the organizers, Dr. Molloya, and then others, from partnering institutions who have organized this very nicely. At the beginning, we had some, hiccups, but we were able to, overcome those hurdles. So, and then I'm very happy that, for the whole day, we could run it very smoothly. And then, a lot of discussions, held, especially for the concept notes. And I hope, for sustaining the AdaptNET, program, the new programs or new projects will be finally submitted to the funding agencies by our trained, scientists, and we hope that some useful projects will they will win the useful programs for the benefit of the farming community. So with these few words, I would like to hand over to Dr. Molaya for formal vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
So good evening, everyone.
Sorry, one thing. I would like to thank Dr. Modi and his team, from our university for helping us in this, conducting this, electronically. Conducting this, conference. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to
So
thank
as-
our Vice Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor and all other statutory officers for, administratively, supporting us, to conduct this workshop. Thank you. Okay, Molaya, please. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. As one of the AdaptNET trainees, the 29 AdaptNET trainees, I believe that AdaptNET gave us a means to connect and a goal to continue this connection. So at this point of time, I feel very privileged to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team at DBT, AAU, at UAS Dharwad and Tezpur University. So at the outset, I'm deeply grateful to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Bidduchandan Dekka sir, for readily accepting our invitation and for putting forward points that have left us to think what are the positive aspects of climate change and how can we use that as a potential powerful source to guide our projects. Thank you, sir, for your leadership, and also we assure our Vice Chancellor our best of efforts. The webcon actually began with an email from our European coordinator from Professor Andreas Schreiner and gave us the responsibility to organize a one-day event. So I sincerely thank Professor Andreas Schreiner and also Professor B.K. Sharma, the Indian coordinator of AdaptNET, and senior members of AdaptNET for considering me worthwhile of the job. We hope that the webcon has managed to pinpoint what are the challenges and prospects towards driving climate smartness to the field, both through public and private partnerships. And I also thank the coordinators for facilitating our communication with the speakers to make this webinar possible. I sincerely thank all the chairpersons, Dr. Prasanna Kumar Pathak, the Director Extension Education, Dr. Debendra C. Barwasa, the PI of AdaptNET from Tezpur University, Dr. I.S. Katagiri sir, the PI of AdaptNET from University of Agricultural Sciences Dharwad, and Dr. Arup Kumar Sharma, Professor from Indian Institute of Technology, Jorhat, for chairing the sessions and also mediating meaningful question-answer rounds. And I'm immensely thankful to all the speakers, Dr. Shailendra Kumar from ICRISAT, Dr. Dimitris Volodakis from Academy of Athens, Dr. Kalopouzi from University of Milano, Dr. Dionysius Kalivas from Agricultural University of Athens, not only for accepting our invitation, but also for the outstanding deliberations and helping us fulfill the very purpose of our webcon. So you have inspired us and opened our minds to newer possibilities so that we can frame new projects. So it was also Professor M.K. Modi, the head of Agricultural Biotechnology Department, who first guided us regarding the technical requirements of the webcon. Thank you, sir, for your support and guidance, and also the support of the RSL. For the brainstorming session, I first thank Professor Vidya Kumar Sharma for moderating the entire session. And I thank each and every AdaptNET trainee from our partner organization for coming forward with the ideas. I also feel very fortunate to have representation from startups, especially Expert Technologies and the NGO, Christy Kotia, Mr. Pradyumna Bora, Mr. Siddharth Bora, for joining hands with us in our endeavor and sharing your expertise. I believe that these NGOs and startups are master bridges between the scientific community and the stakeholders of agriculture. I especially thank the PIs of AdaptNET from UAS Dharwad, Dr. Katagiri sir and Devendra Barwasa sir from Tezpur University for allowing me to work with Dr. M.D. Patil and his team and Dr. Nirmali Gugoi and her team to make this virtual event possible. My thanks also goes to the PI, Professor Roberto Papa from Polytechnic University of Marke, who could not be present, also to Dr. Rajiv Vashni from ICRISAT. I thank the co-PIs of AdaptNET AAU, Dr. Basan Kumar Bora and Dr. Sumita Acharji for their constant support and guidance whenever we need it. I also thank Angelo Gaiti, Thanasis and Manolis for mediating our advertisements. And I feel encouraged to report that we had actually around 275 registrations, although our participants were slightly above 100 in the first technical session and around 80 plus in the second technical session. So this does give me a sense of importance of the event, and also that people are aware of climate smartness and that they are interested as to what is happening, but we still need to widen our presence. So I thank the faculty members from different departments and institutions, and also the Faculty of Agricultural Biotechnology for the support and encouragement. All of this would not have been possible without the support of Education, Audiovisual and Culture Executive Agency of EACEA of the European Commission, and also the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. So I take this opportunity to thank Erasmus Plus for not only helping us get connected, but also explore ideas and widen our experience and translate them in India. For this, I really thank Professor Vidit Kumar Sharma and all the PIs and all associated scientists for creating such rare opportunities in India, and especially to Professor Sharma for particularly bringing these opportunities to Northeast India, where we have very less opportunities. And thank you for enriching us as students, as faculty, as researchers. So my team, my technical team, Siddharth Barua, Sharat Kumar Pattar, Ms. Dhanashri Deka, and Mr. Arun Kumar Shukla. Sorry for making your life miserable since April, but this day would not have been possible without you. Thank you. And as we wind up today's webcon, I thank one and all. And if I've missed anyone's name, please consider yourself thanked. If we have motivated you to become climate resilient, even in the smallest possible way, we will consider ourselves successful. So please do fill the feedback forms and do win your e-certificates. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you all once again from my side, and on behalf of AdaptNET to all participants, thank you very much. So we'll end up here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.